Chapter 3698. Ling Xiao knew about the exploration team. They were sent by the Purple Mansion Army. They were sent here to find out more about the bloody battlefield. The exploration team in the Nether Realm was made up of Divine Core warriors. According to the mission, the captain of the exploration team was a peak first-rank Divine Core warrior. He wasn't very strong, but he should be able to survive in the Nether Realm. Besides, there were a lot of people in the exploration team, and as long as there weren't any major accidents, there wouldn't be too many casualties. But this time, because of the infectious disease, many people in the exploration team had died. If this continued, the entire team would be wiped out. The most troublesome thing was because they were carrying an infectious disease. They were forbidden from leaving the Dark Abyss Valley. Unless someone could find out the source of the infectious disease and find the right medicine, these people would be finished. What's wrong, Brother Ling Xiao? Do you want to accept this mission? Seeing Ling Xiao staring at the mission, Zilong couldn't help but ask, "We're still missing 2 people, right?" Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. This mission required 5 members. What was interesting was they had left 2 spots open, as if they were waiting for 2 of them to join. "Brother Ling Xiao, aren't you afraid that this is a trap?" Zilong lowered his voice and asked, "Compared to a trap, I'm more interested in what this exploration team found." Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face, "What do you mean?" Zilong was puzzled. "Have you noticed, after looking at all the information, the source of this infectious disease is really strange. The exploration team captain's death is even more strange. It gives people a feeling that he's trying to hide something. I believe that the reason why the Zifu army issued this mission was because they had realized this. That's why they want to send someone to investigate. In the past, there were people who found secret treasures, but didn't want the Purple Mansion Army to know. Then, they faked their deaths." Ling Xiao explained, "That's possible." Zilong nodded his head. He was interested as well. "Let's go. They purposely left 2 spots open for us. It'll be a waste if we don't join. Let's see what kind of trick they're playing." Ling Xiao had observed the team's composition. The 3 men in the team were Captain Zhang, linearly 2nd level Divine Core Realm; Vice Captain Yan Chuang, early 2nd level Divine Core Realm; Team Member He Yu, early 1st Divine Core Realm. This He Yu was the same He Yu that Ling Xiao competed with when he entered the Ghost Devil Palace. At that time, He Yu was just a half-step Divine Core warrior, but now he was a 1st Divine Core warrior. It seemed like he had made a breakthrough. Of these 3 people, Ling Xiao did not recognize the first 2, but they were very strong. Furthermore, he was clearly hostile towards him and Zilong. An imperceptible killing intent flashed in his eyes. There was no need to mention He Yu. He already had a grudge against him. Logically speaking, with such a combination, they would definitely not be allowed to join the team. But in reality, when they asked to join the team, the other party readily agreed. Thus, Ling Xiao thought of a possibility. They were going to Xianming Valley to carry out a mission. This way, Gao Hong, who was in charge of protecting them from the shadows, couldn't follow them. After all, the profound Nether Valley was guarded by a 3rd Divine Core warrior. "You want to kill us in Xianming Valley? But will I be afraid?" Ling Xiao sneered. No matter what, he had to get the profound Nether Grass. Therefore, no matter what, he had to go to Xianming Valley. "Zilong, after we enter the profound Nether Valley, don't go too far away from me. I think these men might do something bad to us. But if we handle them well, not only will we get the profound Nether Grass, we might even get something incredible." Ling Xiao had always been confident in his own judgment. This time was no exception. With him and Zilong together, even a 3rd Divine Core warrior wouldn't be able to kill them easily, let alone a 2nd Divine Core warrior. Therefore, There was no need to be afraid. After the team was formed, the team was ready to depart. Captain Zhang Lin gazed at Ling Xiao and Zi Long with an indifferent expression. After that, he said, "This mission is very important. I hope you two won't drag us down. Don't act on your own. Listen to my orders, or else don't blame me for being rude." Vice Captain Yen Chuang closed his eyes and didn't say anything. It seemed like he was resting. However, Ling Xiao knew that he was in cahoots with Zhang Lin. On the other hand, He Yu had a gloating expression on his face. Obviously, he was still holding a grudge against the Ghost Devil Palace. At the same time, two men were standing by the window on the highest floor of the mission tower. One was Niefeng, and the other was Tang Yi. "Humph, I don't understand. If we attack, we can easily kill those two brats. Why do we have to go through so much trouble?" Niefeng didn't seem to be satisfied with the plan. Tang Yi laughed. "General Nia, they can't escape from your palm. What are you afraid of? Let these two unlucky guys help us check out the situation in the profound Nether Valley. The infectious disease in the profound Nether Valley is most likely related to the bloodthirsty general under the Blood Sword Supreme. Once they finish their investigation, we'll be able to get more information about the Blood Sword Supreme. Although you're right, he killed my sister. I really want to kill him right now." Niefeng's expression was still cold. "He also killed my son and two of my grandsons." Tang Yi's expression was normal, but his strength had increased a lot. Obviously, in order to avoid trouble, he had put away the old silver worm. Half a day later, Zhang Lin's team entered the profound Nether Valley. They arrived at the mission destination, profound Nether Valley. There was a strange smell in the air. It made people feel uncomfortable, but it wasn't poisonous. Ling Xiao was certain of this. The five of them stood several hundred meters away from the exploration station. They discovered that the exploration station was deathly silent. It was as if there were no living things around. The five of them had solemn expressions. They didn't know how the exploration team was doing. According to reliable information, the exploration team's residence has been invaded by a strange virus that is hard to see with the naked eye. More than half of the 300 people in the exploration team are dead. The exploration station is like a ghost town. Zhang Lin said with a frown, "Ling Xiao, go inside and check out the situation. Once you're sure there are no problems, come find us." Captain Zhang Lin ordered. "I'll go too." Zi Long didn't forget Ling Xiao's reminder. The two of them should stay together and not be left alone. Before Zhang Lin could object, the two of them had already left. This made Zhang Lin a little depressed. Yen Chuang's eyes were also filled with cold killing intent. But they were already far away, and there was nothing they could do. Zi Long, eat this to prevent yourself from being poisoned. As a precaution, Ling Xiao gave Zi Long a poison prevention pill. It should be said that this pill could resist most viruses and poisons. After all, Ling Xiao himself was a poison expert. "Thanks." Zi Long swallowed the pill without hesitation. Then, the two of them flew up and stood on a tree. From here, they could see the entire exploration team. Chapter 3699. In order to have a better view of the situation inside, Ling Xiao immediately activated his Tai Chi Eye. At that moment, the entire situation of the exploration station was reflected in his mind. Even the terrain of the entire Dark Abyss was under his control. With this, if anyone wanted to harm them, he would have the advantage. One had to know that the things recorded by his Tai Chi Eye were much clearer than those who were born and raised here. Brother Ling Xiao, according to the mission report, the infectious disease here doesn't seem to be harmful to Divine Core warriors. It's not harmful to half-step Divine Core warriors at all. Do we really need to be so careful? Zilong asked with a smile. It's better to be safe than sorry. We can't be careless just because of the information. Ling Xiao was a man who had been through a lot, and he was much more mature than Zilong. If the information was so accurate, why didn't the Purple Mansion Army allow those people to go out and get treated? All the warriors of the Purple Mansion Army in the Nether Realm were at least at the Divine Core Realm, except for Ling Xiao. Obviously, there were still people who were worried about accidents. Let's just treat it as groundless worries. It's never wrong to be careful. Let's go and have a look. After learning about the situation inside the exploration station, Ling Xiao called out to Zilong and entered the exploration station. The reason he did this was to deal with that idiot Zhang Lin. Secondly, he wanted to understand the situation of the exploration team in advance. After all, what the Tai Chi I saw was only the surface. Without a deeper investigation, there were still many things he wouldn't know. The exploration station was pretty big. It covered an area of about 10 acres. Right now, most of the places inside were quiet, as if they were in a cold ghost town. Occasionally, one could see a few people who were still alive, but most of them didn't even have the strength to move. Their eyes were blank and lifeless. It was as if they had completely collapsed. If they weren't Divine Core warriors, they would have died long ago. Now, they were hanging on by a thread, and no one knew what they were waiting for. It's really an infectious disease. Most of their organs have been infected. If not for their inner cores, they would have died. Through the Tai Chi eye, Ling Xiao could clearly see the condition inside these people's bodies. He couldn't help but shake his head. He continued walking. This was the only pure land in the exploration team. There was a quarantine zone set up here. The martial artists inside were all people who were not infected, and there seemed to be quite a lot of them. Most of the people here were early first Divine Core warriors, but occasionally a mid-first Heavenly Core warrior would appear. There was another person who should be one of the people in charge here. His cultivation had reached the late first Divine Core realm. Are the two of you from the Z Mansion Army? The man walked up and asked excitedly. Yes, we are here on a mission to investigate the source of the infectious disease and the cause of death of the exploration team leader. Zilong replied, Great, I'm the third leader of the exploration team. Everyone calls me Captain Chen. The old man said excitedly, To tell you the truth, we've been waiting for rescue. It's been a long time. Tell me in detail. Ling Xiao didn't want to listen to nonsense, but he wanted to sort out the whole story. It would help him to understand the whole affair more deeply, regardless of whether it was to complete a mission or to search for treasures. They would all be of great help. Captain Chen nodded his head and invited the two men into the quarantine zone. After disinfecting the area, he started telling them the story. The outbreak of the infectious disease started about a month ago. No one knew where it came from, but it was definitely from the profound Nether Valley, because during this period of time, no one from the profound Nether Valley had left the valley. As for the exploration team leader, he died on the 10th day after the outbreak of the infectious disease. Speaking of which, the team leader said he was going to search for the source of the infectious disease. He even brought a few men with him, but less than 1 mile away, they were attacked. The battle lasted for a long time. The team leader sent out a distress signal. When we brought our men to help, we found out that the team leader was dead. Captain Chen's expression turned ugly as he spoke, as if he had just recalled something horrifying. But he still finished telling the story. After that, he kneeled down on the ground. Both of you, I beg you, we don't want to die here. Now, we're trapped in this place. We can't get out. We can only wait for death. Zilong comforted Captain Chen. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was lost in his thoughts. from the context of the entire incident, the death of the exploration team leader seemed to be related to the outbreak of the infectious disease. He was killed by a sneak attack. It was most likely due to the investigation. In other words, this infectious disease was probably man-made to be able to kill the exploration team leader and more than 10 people accompanying him. This group of people was definitely not weak. However, this was just speculation. He needed to investigate the scene. No matter what it was, it could not escape his Tai Chi eyes analysis. Zilong, send out a signal and call those 3 idiots over. Ling Xiao said to Zilong at the thought of this. Zilong nodded and sent out a green signal flare. Red meant danger. Yellow meant more danger. Green meant safety. As long as they saw this green signal flare, the 3 of them would know that they were safe. A moment later, the 3 of them arrived at the quarantine zone. Captain Chen explained the situation in detail again. Why don't we go to the place where the exploration team leader died? Ling Xiao suggested. I'm the team leader. I don't need you to remind me. Let's go there and take a look. Zhang Lin glared at Ling Xiao. Then he left. The place where the exploration team leader and the others fought was a desolate forest. This was how the profound Abyss Valley was. There were very few people here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent the exploration team here. What surprised everyone was that although a few days had passed, there were still traces of the battle. The traces of the battle here were still preserved, as if deliberately left for them to see. Ling Xiao didn't care about Zhang Lin's analysis. Instead, he activated his Tai Chi eye and started investigating. After a moment, he furrowed his brows. The situation was slightly different from what he had predicted, but he didn't say it out loud. Even if he said it out loud, Zhang Lin wouldn't care. Right at this moment, Zhang Lin said, according to the analysis of the traces of the battle, there were quite a number of enemies, around 20 of them. The strength of the bandit leader is probably on par with the exploration team leader, or maybe even stronger. But he's no match for us. I think he's just a peak, first-rank divine core warrior. As expected of Captain Zhang, your analysis is clear and logical. Hey, you nodded. I agree with Captain. Yan Chuang agreed with Zhang Lin's analysis as well. After all, they were on the same team. Zilong didn't say anything. Ling Xiao sneered in his mind. This Zhang Lin was strong, but he wasn't good at analyzing things like this. Most of the traces of the battle were fake. They weren't real. Chapter 3700. After inspecting the scene, everyone returned to the quarantine zone. At the mention of the exploration team leader's body, Captain Chen said that the body was infected with bacteria. Therefore, it was directly cremated. Can I see the ashes? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. See the ashes? Is there something wrong with your brain? The ashes are all the same. What can you see? Hey, you said disdainfully. Ling Xiao ignored him and just looked at Captain Chen. If this young master wants to see it, I'll go get it. After a while, Captain Chen brought the ashes of the exploration team leader over. Ling Xiao examined it carefully and found something fishy. Others might not be able to see any clues from the ashes, but his Tai Chi eye could. However, after seeing it, he did not say anything. What a waste of time. Zhang Lin said sarcastically. Ling Xiao did not think much of it. Next, everyone split up to search the exploration station. However, after working for a long time, they still found nothing. At this time, the sky was already dark. Then, they returned to the quarantine zone, disinfecting and eating. Ling Xiao, Zilong, tonight, Yan Chuang and I need to conserve our energy. You two are responsible for the night watch. Zhang Lin's tone was unquestionable. It was obvious that he was deliberately bullying them. Zilong wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Ling Xiao. After eating, The two of them went to the edge of the quarantine zone to keep watch. At this time, Zilong had the time to ask, "Brother Ling Xiao, that Zhang Lin is too much. We don't have to be afraid of him." "Afraid of him?" Ling Xiao smiled and said, "What's there to be afraid of? Just wait and see. Something will definitely happen tonight. They won't be able to sleep well." "Did you find something?" Zilong asked. "I did find something, but I'm not completely sure. There's no evidence," Ling Xiao said. Just as he said this, he suddenly felt a gust of cold wind blowing towards him. He hurriedly dodged. At the same time, Zilong also felt it and dodged at the same time. A poisoned dagger flew between the two of them and hit the ground. In just an instant, the ground was corroded. "Who is it?" Zilong roared, and was about to give chase when he was stopped by Ling Xiao. "What's the rush? The situation is unclear. Don't act rashly." At this moment, Zilong's shout alarmed Zhang Lin and the others. Many people rushed out of the house to inquire about the situation. "Someone tried to assassinate us earlier, but he failed. After that, he escaped to the forest where the exploration team leader was killed." Zhang Lin did not believe it at first, but the members of the exploration team, who were in charge of guarding the area, also said that they had seen it. Hearing these people's words, a smile appeared on his face. This time, if they could complete the mission, they would be rewarded handsomely. The assassin who had suddenly appeared in the middle of the night was a very important clue that could not be missed. "Follow me." Thinking of this, he waved his hand and led the charge into the forest. Since he had already left, it would be bad for the others not to follow. Everyone followed behind and chased in the direction of the forest. Not long after, the sounds of Zhang Lin fighting with the enemy could be heard. "Stop!" After a brief exchange, the enemy managed to escape. It disappeared into the pitch-black forest. Zhang Lin hesitated for a moment and did not chase after him. That was the place where the exploration team leader was killed. There was a strange atmosphere there. He was not stupid and did not want to be the one to stand out. When everyone caught up, Zhang Lin looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You go in and check the situation." "Zhang, I've been unhappy with you for a long time. Why should the two of us do the dangerous work? Are you F***king eating SH**T? Although you're the leader of this team, don't forget that we're not your subordinates. We're just a temporary team." Zilong had been holding it in for a long time. At this moment, he finally exploded. "What? You want to disobey my orders?" Yan Chuang sneered. It was obvious that they were about to attack at the slightest disagreement. He was also rubbing his hands together. If there was a chance to hit them while they were down, he would not be soft-hearted. "Xiaolong, some people are timid and afraid of trouble. Why bother with them? Come, let's go in," Ling Xiao said sarcastically. Then he dragged Zilong into the forest. When it came to playing mind games, these people were not as good as him. Seeing Ling Xiao's action, everyone else was a little stunned. Obviously, the enemy had not left the forest. Moreover, he had intentionally lured them here. The forest was definitely dangerous. Ling Xiao actually took the initiative to volunteer. What on earth was he planning? He was not that stupid. "Brother Ling Xiao, what are you doing?" Entering the forest, Zilong was puzzled. "Sure." Ling Xiao made a shushing gesture, and then suddenly shouted, "Little thief, let's see where you can run to. Xiaolong, let's pincer attack." Oh, Zilong did not know Ling Xiao's intention, but he was still very cooperative. The two of them even deliberately made sounds of attacking. After a while, rustling sounds came from the forest. Zhang Lin and the others came in. "Sorry, Xiaolong." Ling Xiao suddenly threw Zilong into the beast ring, and then entered the shadow warrior form. In the darkness of the night, he completely disappeared without a trace. "Where is he?" Zhang Lin and the others entered the forest, but found no one. There seemed to be traces of a fight. Ling Xiao, Zilong. A few people called out a few times, but no one responded. The silent forest was like a terrifying demon beast with its bloody mouth wide open. It devoured the two men. "This is bad. I think those two men were killed," Yen Chuang said with a frown. Although the mission given by General Niafeng was to deliberately tease and torture the two of them, Niafeng had no choice but to do so. But now, those two men had disappeared. Even if they wanted to claim credit, they needed dead bodies. But in the silent forest, there was no one and no dead bodies. They would not be able to explain this to the others when they returned. "Captain Zhang, let's retreat. This forest is too strange." First, the captain of the exploration team was killed. Then Ling Xiao and Zilong mysteriously disappeared. The captain of the exploration team was a peak first-rank Divine Corps warrior. Zilong was an early second-rank Divine Corps warrior. Heiyu's expression was ugly. He no longer had the domineering aura he had back in the Ghost Demon Palace. There was nothing he could do. He knew the situation back then. That was why he was so confident. But now, he knew nothing about the situation in the Dark Abyss Valley. Because of this, it was extremely frightening. Actually, he wasn't the only one. Zhang Lin and Yen Chuang were terrified as well. Captain Chun and the rest of the exploration team were trembling with fear. After hearing what Heiyu said, Zhang Lin nodded his head and said, "Retreat! This isn't cowardice, it's a strategic retreat." "Hee, since you're here, why are you leaving? All of you stay and accompany me." Suddenly, a strange laughter sounded out. Black smoke rose up from the forest. Everyone shuddered in fear. "Be careful, everyone, there's trouble." Actually, Zhang Lin didn't need to shout. Everyone had noticed it. The black smoke seemed to be some kind of illusion formation. Once it was released, it would be very difficult for them to leave this place. The enemy wanted to trap them here and slowly kill them. Chapter 37:01. Cough, cough, there's poison. There's poison in the air. Suddenly, Yen Chuang coughed twice. Then he shouted out in fear, "Hold your breath." "Ha ha ha, too bad. You shouldn't have come here." While laughing, a man stepped out from the darkness. He was wearing a black metal mask, and he looked extremely creepy in the dark. Bam! Heiyu realized something was wrong, and he tried to escape from the sky. However, just as he flapped his wings and flew into the sky, he slammed into something. He was bounced back. Damn it, this formation is made up of an illusion formation, a poison formation, and a trapping formation. We've been set up. The poison in the air wasn't fatal to Divine Corps warriors. But as time passed, the poison would merge into their bodies. It would cause their bodies to become weak, and their overall strength would decrease. If they couldn't leave in time, they would be dead for sure. It's useless in my Heavenly Dipper myriad poison illusion formation. You can only wait for death. There's no path to heaven, no door to hell. Unless you can break this formation, all of you will die here today. The man with the black metal mask said with a grin. He seemed to be very proud of himself. Following the appearance of this man, the poison in the air became even stronger. This forced Zhang Lin, Yen Chuang, Heiyu, and the others to circulate a huge amount of their true yuan to resist the poison. As for the men brought by Captain Chun, some of them had died. After all, they were too weak, and there was no way they could resist this deadly poison. Perfect first-rank Divine Corps warrior. If it wasn't for this bullshit formation, you wouldn't be our match. Who the hell are you? Zhang Lin felt depressed. His opponent's cultivation was much weaker than his, but he couldn't even land a single hit. Because of the existence of the illusory array, each of his attacks landed on empty space. Captain! You're the captain! Captain Chen suddenly shouted out in shock. Although his opponent was wearing a mask, they had been together for a long time. Captain Chen could still recognize his voice. What? Wasn't the exploration team captain cremated? Why is he still alive? Zhang Lin looked at Captain Chen and asked angrily. I don't know, even I'm confused. The reason why Captain Chen asked for help was because the exploration team captain was dead, and he had no other choice. Besides, he was sure that the cremated corpse was the exploration team captain's. I didn't expect you to recognize me, Old Chen. That's right, I'm Zhang Rishan, the captain of the exploration team. Old Chen, you did very well. The sacrifices were found in batches and then died in batches. Our plan is about to succeed. Zhang Rishan, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Don't slander me. Captain Chen panicked. Damned thing. How dare you set us up? Yan Chuang suddenly roared and rushed over to slap Captain Chen to death. Captain Chen was only a late first Heavenly Core warrior, but Jiang Chen was a second stage Divine Core warrior. He could easily kill Jiang Chen. Idiot! Seeing that Captain Chen was killed, Zhang Rishan sneered. Think about it. If he was really one of my men, I would have killed him. Will I let you kill him? You lied to us. Yan Chuang was dumbfounded. Fortunately, the sacrifice doesn't require intelligence. Otherwise, you wouldn't be qualified. Zhang Rishan sneered. Soon, as long as I destroy you, the great bloodthirsty demon general will bestow me with even greater power. At that time, I'll be a second stage Divine Core warrior. Only now did the crowd notice that something was wrong with Zhang Rishan. There was an obvious evil look in his eyes. Furthermore, there was a strange mark on his forehead. It looked like a blood-red plum blossom. This blood-red plum blossom was the mark of bloodthirsty demon general, one of the blood sword deity's generals. Kill! Zhang Rishan suddenly dashed forward. The blood-red plum blossom on his forehead shone with a strange red light. After that, his strength skyrocketed. His strength had reached the second stage Divine Core realm. Zhang Lin hurriedly circulated his energy to defend himself, but he was still pushed back a few steps. There was nothing he could do. Within this formation, his strength was constantly being weakened. On the other hand, his opponent's strength wasn't affected at all. Soon, he would no longer be Zhang Rishan's opponent. Right at this moment, two more black figures dashed in. Both of them were wearing black iron masks. One was tall and skinny, the other was short and fat. Both of their cultivations were weaker than Zhang Rishan's, but they were both late first stage Divine Core warriors. Captain, those two guys are gone. We've searched every corner of this formation, but we couldn't find them. The tall and skinny warrior said. Did they run away? Whatever. The Lord Devil General is going to be resurrected soon. So what if they manage to escape? Let's wait until the last batch of sacrificial offerings is delivered. When the Lord Devil General is resurrected, even the Lieutenant General of the Purple Mansion Army will be no match for him. You two, let's work together and kill these three men as soon as possible. Zhang Rishan furrowed his brows, but he quickly relaxed them. It seemed like he didn't care that Ling Xiao and Zilong had run away. If Zhang Rishan was alone, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill these three men in a short period of time. After all, Zhang Lin and Yan Chuang weren't pushovers either. Both of them were second-stage Divine Core warriors, and they were extremely powerful. Although they were weakened by the formation, they still weren't easy to kill. He Yu was from the Feather race, and he was extremely fast, making him hard to deal with. But with the three of them working together, the situation was much better. Big Bro Ling Xiao, do you need help? I think they won't be able to hold on any longer. No one knew that there were actually two spectators in this ongoing battle. One was Zilong from the Beast Ring. The other was Ling Xiao, who was in his Shadow Warrior form. Of course, we need to save them. But let's wait until they have suffered enough. These three bastards must have received an order from someone to kill us. We can't let them off without suffering some pain. Ling Xiao said with a cold voice. Then why don't we just kill them? Zilong asked with a puzzled expression. No, I feel like that bloodthirsty devil general is much scarier than these three bastards. Therefore, we can't let them become sacrificial offerings, or else we'll be in trouble. We need to keep them alive. Ling Xiao explained. While they were talking, He Yu had been sent flying away. Zhang Lin and Yen Chuang were covered with wounds as well. Actually, these two men didn't have any grudges against Ling Xiao. It was purely because of Nie Feng's order that they wanted to kill Ling Xiao. At this moment, they really regretted it. They had all heard that Ling Xiao was an expert in formations. If Ling Xiao hadn't gone missing, this mere formation shouldn't be able to stop them. Damn it! He Yu was also very depressed. He was only dissatisfied with Ling Xiao because of what happened in the Ghost Devil Palace. But he also knew about Ling Xiao's abilities. At this moment, he simply missed Ling Xiao very much. Unfortunately, no matter how much he cried, there was no response. He could only wait for death. Kid, obediently become a sacrificial offering for the Lord Devil General. This is your glory. The short and fat warrior raised a steel saber and slashed at He Yu's neck. My life is over. He Yu closed his eyes. However, in the next moment, he heard a scream. Chapter 3702. When He Yu opened his eyes, he discovered that the short and fat warrior had fallen to the ground. Ling Xiao was crazily attacking. On the other side, Zilong had appeared and stopped Zhang Rishan. This scene made Zhang Lin, Yen Chuang, and He Yu extremely happy. They didn't expect reinforcements to arrive. I've destroyed the poison and illusion formations. Let's work together and kill them. Ling Xiao had destroyed the poison and illusion formations, but he didn't destroy the trapping formation. He didn't want Zhang Lin and the others to take the opportunity to escape. Although he could still fight a late First Divine Core warrior, it would be troublesome for him to win, especially since this opponent wasn't an inexperienced little girl like Nie Shuang. He was a real veteran. He had relied on a sneak attack to get the upper hand. Therefore, Zhang Lin and Yen Chuang couldn't leave. But he was worried for nothing. When these two men discovered that the poison and illusion formations had been destroyed, they vented all their anger. The tall and skinny old man was pressured to the point that he couldn't breathe. After 2 or 3 strikes, he was killed by Zhang Lin. Ling Xiao decided to let Yen Chuang deal with the short and fat old man. He was now a peak half-step Divine Core warrior. Even if he fought again, he wouldn't gain much. He would need a special opportunity to break through. He would try his best to conserve his strength. After a brief moment, the short and fat warrior was killed by Yen Chuang as well. But Zhang Rishan had realized something. He had given up on Zilong and started attacking Ling Xiao. In his mind, Ling Xiao was the key to this team. The formation he had spent so much effort to set up was easily destroyed by this young man. His foolproof plan had been destroyed by this young man. This young man must die. Luckily, he could tell that Ling Xiao was only a half-step Divine Core warrior. If he attacked with all his strength, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to withstand his attack. Zhang Lin, Yen Chuang, stop him. Zilong didn't expect the furious Zhang Rishan to be so fast. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, he asked Zhang Lin and Yen Chuang for help. But what Zilong didn't expect was Zhang Lin and Yen Chuang didn't stop Zhang Rishan. Instead, he intentionally or unintentionally blocked Ling Xiao's escape route. Shameless. The purple dragon was enraged. If it weren't for him and Ling Xiao, the two of them wouldn't have survived. But just as they were out of danger, these two actually wanted to take Ling Xiao's life. He really wanted to tear these two people into pieces. Don't blame us. You can only blame Ling Xiao for killing Nie Shuang and offending General Nie Feng. Zhang Lin and Yen Chuang both felt that they had done the right thing. They knew very well that this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. They had received Nie Feng's order to kill Ling Xiao, and now was the best opportunity. They didn't need to make a move. They could just borrow Zhang Rishen's hand to kill Ling Xiao. It wasn't repaying kindness with enmity. Of course, this was only what they thought. In Zilong's opinion, they were worse than pigs and dogs. Faced with the sudden change of events, Ling Xiao's expression was as indifferent as ever. From the moment he made a move to save them, he actually knew very well what kind of people he was saving. If he wasn't worried that the bloodthirsty demon general would be resurrected after these guys died, he really didn't bother to make a move. Of course, since he had already expected it, it was impossible for him to do nothing. A bunch of idiots. He smiled contemptuously. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this time, Zhang Rishen's attack had just arrived in front of Zhang Lin and Yen Chuang. The two of them had no time to resist at all. After being blasted out by Zhang Rishen's palm, they were both seriously injured at the same time. Of course, they wouldn't die. Damn, what kind of method is this? Zhang Lin and Yen Chuang hurriedly got up from the ground. They knew that they had been fooled by Ling Xiao, but at this time, they didn't have time to think carefully. Because Zhang Rishen couldn't find Ling Xiao, he could only vent his anger on them. Originally, either of them could defeat Zhang Rishen, but now two of their colleagues were seriously injured. They were no match for Zhang Rishen, even if they joined forces. They wanted to escape, but the trapping array's effect was still there. They fled here and there, but still couldn't escape from this small area. The next moment, the purple dragon also disappeared. It was once again put into the beast ring by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, purple dragon, how dare you leave us in the lurch and run away? Do you know how the Purple Mansion army treats deserters? Death by 1,000 cuts. Death by 1,000 cuts. Hurry up and come out to help. Zhang Lin was sweating profusely. He had been injured before, but it wasn't too serious. But now, his injuries were getting worse and worse. Naturally, if he continued like this, he would really be killed by Zhang Rishen. But even so, he was still arrogant, relying on the fact that he had Nie Feng's support. He was insufferably arrogant. He even tried to threaten Ling Xiao. Ouch, I'm so scared. Is there something wrong with your head? I gave you face before because I didn't want to fight with you, because we don't have any grudges against each other. But you actually took advantage of my face. I even dared to kill Nie Shuang and offend you Qilong. Do you think you can scare me with this? Are you an idiot? In the darkness, Ling Xiao's voice came from all directions. It was impossible to tell where it came from. Ah! Zhang Lin screamed. One of his arms was cut off by Zhang Rishen. Yen Chuang's situation wasn't much better. One of his eyes was missing. He screamed in pain. The two of them were about to die. Ling Xiao was about to make a move. It was still the same reason. Compared to these two good-for-nothings, the bloodthirsty demon general was more dangerous. At this moment, Zhang Rishen was somewhat smug. If it weren't for these people's internal strife, he would have been killed by them. Now, as long as he could take advantage of this opportunity to kill the two in front of him, he would have enough sacrifices, plus the two dead vice captains. There were also the people from the exploration team. It was time for the bloodthirsty demon general to be resurrected. Purple dragon, do it! In the darkness, a voice suddenly sounded. Then, Zhang Rishen saw a person suddenly appear and pounce on him. He hurriedly dodged. Unexpectedly, He felt a pain in his waist and realized that he had been stabbed. The person who attacked him was Ling Xiao, who had been hiding in the darkness. Run! Zhang Rishan didn't even think about it. The red plum blossom on his forehead became more gorgeous. He crazily turned into a streak of blood light and fled into the distance. Ling Xiao directly chased after him. His figure turned into a streak of red lightning. His speed was no slower than Zhang Rishan's. Seeing this, Zhang Lin and Yan Chuang were somewhat shocked. Ling Xiao's speed was actually so fast. He was much faster than either of them. If they couldn't kill Ling Xiao this time, they really didn't know how long they would have to wait. They chased after him in the dense forest. A few minutes later, Ling Xiao found that the streak of red light suddenly disappeared in a graveyard. This graveyard was where the Zifu soldiers who had died here were buried. Where is he? A purple dragon, who had caught up, asked. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. Back to his nest, of course. I suspect that's where the so-called bloodthirsty demon general is. Chapter 3703. In front of them was a pitch-black mass grave. There were also countless tombs and mounds of dirt. They could also see ghost flames flying up into the sky from time to time. Why are they hiding here? Looks like some kind of formation has been set up here. Zilong said, and there is indeed a formation here. If not, the exploration team would have found us long ago. Ling Xiao nodded his head and said, Ling Xiao, why don't we forget about the past and enter the place together? You'll be the one to break the formation, and you can take 50% of the treasures here. What do you think? Zhanglin wasn't an idiot. When he saw this secret place, he immediately thought of a possibility. Zhang Rishan was originally an early first Heavenly Corps warrior. After he joined the exploration team, he quickly broke through to the peak first Heavenly Corps realm. After that, he became the team leader of the exploration team. Everyone thought that it was because he was gifted, but now Zhang Lin finally understood. This guy must have encountered some kind of fortuitous encounter. The fortuitous encounter was hidden in this place, but too bad he didn't know anything about formations. Apart from Ling Xiao, no one else knew anything about formations. Although he didn't want to share anything with Ling Xiao, in order to break the formation here, he needed Ling Xiao's help. Yan Chuang and Heiyu had the same thought as well. Therefore, they both nodded their heads and agreed. Just a moment ago, they were fighting to the death, but now all three of them had disgusting flattery written on their faces. This man was indeed driven by his own interests. I can't tell General Niafeng about this place. If I do, I'm afraid everyone else will want to get their hands on Bloodthirsty's inheritance. Zhang Lin thought about it carefully. First, he would use Ling Xiao's ability to break the formation and enter Bloodthirsty's place of inheritance. Not only would he be able to complete the Purple Mansion Army's mission, he would also be able to get his hands on Bloodthirsty's inheritance. As for the promise he made, it was just empty talk. As long as he could get his hands on the inheritance, he would kill Ling Xiao. If that was the case, his promise would be meaningless. Because of this, he dared to promise to give half of the treasures to Ling Xiao. Then I'll have to thank Major General. Ling Xiao said with a smile. How could he not know what this bastard Zhang Lin was thinking? However, if they wanted to enter the bloodthirsty general's lair, they would need someone to be the scapegoat. Besides, it was still uncertain who was scheming against whom. Of course. Who asked you to be the only array master here? Zhang Lin said with a smile. Then I'll break the formation. Ling Xiao also wanted to go in and take a look. The bloodthirsty demon general's inheritance was much more attractive to him than the mysterious dark grass. He had also obtained many inheritances in the past. Therefore, he was very clear that every time he received an inheritance, his strength would increase greatly. Right now, he was in need of an inheritance. He definitely couldn't miss it. Yen Chuang, hurry and recover. Hearing that Ling Xiao had agreed to break the formation, Zhang Lin called out to Yen Chuang. He swallowed the elixir and rested at the side. With their current situation, they were no match for Ling Xiao, let alone Zilong, who was a second-stage Divine Core warrior. The most important thing now was to recover his strength. If he was seriously injured, he wouldn't be able to get anything. But how could Ling Xiao give them the chance to recover? Breaking a formation like this was just a piece of cake for him. The bloodthirsty demon general was a man from a few thousand years ago. If the formation was maintained for too long, it would cause more flaws to appear. With his Tai Chi, he could easily tell. Then, breaking the formation would be extremely easy. After a brief moment, he suddenly waved his hand and unleashed a sword energy that pierced through the air. Swoosh! Crack! The sword energy penetrated into the darkness and produced a loud explosion. After that, everything went silent. Can you really do it? I told you you're an expert in formations, but is this how you break the formation? Are you trying to gather all the demon beasts in this area? Zhang Lin was startled by the loud explosion and opened his eyes. He couldn't focus on healing his injuries, so he couldn't help but roar out, "Shut up! Why don't you break the formation?" Ling Xiao gazed at Zhang Lin coldly and sneered. Zhang Lin opened his mouth. His stomach was filled with anger, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't vent it out. "Fine. Very good. I'm sorry, you can continue." He needed Ling Xiao to break the formation, so he definitely didn't dare to offend Ling Xiao. Just based on this point alone, no matter what Ling Xiao said, he had to accept it. At that moment, there was a buzzing sound. The scenery in the dark night changed drastically. The strangest thing was that the entire mass grave had disappeared. In its place was a huge building. It was like a palace. The door of the palace was closed, emitting a strange and terrifying aura. It made people feel very uncomfortable. "It's broken." Zilong was so excited that he was about to rush in. However, he was stopped by Ling Xiao. "Major General Zhang Lin, Major General Yen Chuang, shouldn't you two go in first? Don't tell me that I'm in charge of breaking the formation and have to be your vanguard. The two major generals want the treasure, but your guts are as small as a needle's eye." Ling Xiao looked at Zhang Lin and Yen Chuang and sneered. Ling Xiao, I think it's better if you take the lead. No one knew if there was a formation inside. What if there was a formation? Both of us don't know anything. What if something happens? Zhang Lin said with a bitter smile. "Cowards!" Ling Xiao said with disdain. "Don't forget that Zhang Rishan entered this place from here. Zhang Rishan entered this place when he was still an early first Heavenly Core warrior. Also, it was obvious that he had found some good fortune. That's why his cultivation had improved so much. Both of you, are you weaker than Zhang Rishan? If you don't want to go in, I'll leave first. But if we find something good later, don't blame me for being first come, first served." Ling Xiao felt it was really funny. Zhang Lin and Yen Chuang were major generals. They weren't weak, but they were such cowards. How could such people dream of obtaining the bloodthirsty devil general's inheritance? Wasn't this a joke? That inheritance could only be obtained by those with courage. Those without courage would probably be scared away halfway through. "All right, let's do it." Zhang Lin and Yen Chuang exchanged glances. In the end, they walked in front. Actually, both of them were competing with each other. Both of them were on par with each other. That's why both of them were worried that the other would snatch the good inheritance before them. Both of them walked into the entrance, one after another. Behind the entrance, the path was quite spacious. The buildings here looked like they were from an ancient era. Not only were they from a few thousand years ago, Ling Xiao guessed that when the bloodthirsty devil general came here, these buildings had already existed. Maybe he was seriously injured at that time and had no choice but to hide inside. The air inside was cold and evil. There was also a faint aura of bloodline. Zhang Lin felt excited, but also nervous. He was excited because the aura was similar to the one Zhang Rishan had. Of course, he was nervous because he didn't know what dangers were lurking inside. That's why he wasn't sure. Ling Xiao kept his Tai Chi eye open to observe. This place was filled with strange things. Perhaps the bloodthirsty devil general's inheritance was here, but there was another possibility. It was a devil's den. This wasn't an inheritance, but the real bloodthirsty devil general. Chapter 3704. Look, what's that? Zhang Lin, who was walking in front, suddenly cried out. Right now, the group had arrived at the bottom of the building. The space here was even bigger than the building above. Because of a special formation, it was always bright inside. The place Zhang Lin was pointing at was actually an altar. On top of the altar, there was a delicate statue. Ling Xiao didn't know who the statue was, but Zilong did. I can't be wrong. This is the Blood Sword Supreme, not the bloodthirsty devil general. Could it be that the one they want to resurrect is the Blood Sword Supreme? Zilong was surprised. Who is the Blood Sword Supreme? Ling Xiao asked curiously. You don't know who the Blood Sword Supreme is? You're so ignorant. Zhang Lin said with disdain. He is the founder of the Purple Palace Army, the former king and marshal of the Z Palace Kingdom. His strength had reached the frightening 8th Divine Core realm. Apart from the emperor of the Dongsheng Kingdom, no one in the Dongsheng Kingdom was able to stop him. However, the Blood Sword Supreme was a murderous man, and he had almost fallen into the path of evil. He killed both evil and innocent people. In the end, he was chased by the emperor of the Dongsheng Kingdom for 10 days and 10 nights. Then he disappeared into a bloody battlefield. Since his altar is here, it means he is dead. Ling Xiao didn't care about his tone. Instead, he looked at the statue of the Blood Sword Supreme. It was a warrior wearing a blood-red battle robe and carrying a long sword on his back. Although it was just a statue, Jiang Chen could still feel the horrifying, murderous intent coming from it. Entering the path of Tao through killing, it's a good way. Too bad, falling into the path of evil is something no one can accept. Ling Xiao sighed. Suddenly, his spirit realm trembled. A murderous intent rose in his heart. This path of killing is quite suitable for me because I have the martial soul of tyrant. It's impossible for me to fall into the path of evil. The aura of a human king is protecting me. Even the king of sovereigns in the profound world can't threaten me. Ling Xiao had no idea where the Blood Sword Supreme had died. But if he was really dead, he would like to find him. He might be able to find something incredible. It was just a statue. The aura it released caused everyone's face to turn pale. His entire body was trembling. Even He Yu was already kneeling on the ground. If the Blood Sword Supreme came, how terrifying would it be? Don't be afraid. Blood Sword Supreme is already dead. It was just a sculpture. It was probably set up by the remnants of the Blood Sword Supreme to summon his soul. There was no need to worry. Let's continue. Sometimes greed could really cover up everything. Although Zhang Lin was very scared, since he had already entered, he did not want to leave empty-handed. Besides, even the first Divine Core warrior, Zhang Rishan, was able to come and go as he pleased. What were they afraid of? There should be no one else. However, the huge pool of blood around the altar still gave people a strange and terrifying feeling. Suddenly, the blood pool began to move. Zhang Rishan climbed out of the blood pool. His cold eyes looked at the people in front of him, and he let out a strange laugh. Interesting, I didn't expect you to be able to barge in. However, this will save us a lot of trouble. General, they're here." He suddenly looked at the blood pool and said respectfully. This voice caused the hearts of several people to tremble. "General? Could it be the bloodthirsty devil general?" If it was the real bloodthirsty devil general, none of them would be able to survive. All of them would die. Bang! A frightening aura was unleashed. The 5 men were unprepared. Heiyu was kneeling on the ground, and he immediately laid down on the ground. He couldn't even straighten his back. Zhang Lin and Yen Chuang immediately knelt down as well. Zilong wanted to kneel down as well. However, he was stopped by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao injected his human king aura into Zilong's body. The frightening aura was expelled from his body. Through this aura, Ling Xiao could confirm that if the bloodthirsty devil general was really in the blood pool, that meant his overall strength had been greatly reduced. Right now, he was only at the peak of the second divine core realm. He believed that his Tai Chi, I wouldn't make a mistake. If this was the case, then things would be much easier, as long as the 5 of them worked together. Even if the enemy was the real bloodthirsty devil general, they would still die. Dark nether grass. Ling Xiao saw that there were actually a few stalks of black medicinal herbs beside the altar. They looked exactly the same as the dark nether grass recorded in the eternal divine pill scripture. After confirming it with his Tai Chi eye, he found out that it was the real deal. This was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. He quickly walked over and pulled out the 3 dark nether grasses. After that, he swallowed them together with the 10 purple sun fortune pills. What he needed right now was strength. The stronger he was, the higher the possibility of defeating the bloodthirsty devil general. And he would be safer. At this moment, a frightening energy started exploding within his body. Monstrous waves surged in his sea of cultivation, constantly bombarding the incomparably thick gate of breakthrough. Compared to the breakthrough of a small realm, the door to breaking through to the next major realm was too solid. He had no idea how long it would take, but he was looking forward to it. Right at this moment, a figure slowly emerged from the blood pool. A few daring juniors. "How dare you intrude into my resting place? How dare you disturb the Blood Sword Sovereign's resurrection? You deserve to die." A cold and terrifying voice kept echoing within the underground space. A blood-red monster stood up from the pool of blood. Blood-red hair, blood-red eyes. Even his skin was blood-red. Right now, he didn't look like a human. He looked more like a red-haired zombie that had lived for thousands of years. Aside from Ling Xiao, the rest of the men were trembling with fear, and their expressions were dark. Zilong was in a better state, as he had Ling Xiao's help. The other 3 men had lost their will to fight, and their eyes were filled with fear. That formless and terrifying pressure was simply too terrifying. But it was this overwhelming pressure that made Ling Xiao calm down. He could feel that this bloodthirsty devil general was bluffing, although a peak second divine core warrior was stronger than any of them. If the 5 of them joined forces, this bloodthirsty devil general wouldn't be a match for them. But too bad, some of them were useless. "Please spare our lives. General, please spare our lives. We didn't mean to disturb your cultivation. We also didn't mean to disturb Lord Bloodsword's resurrection. We just didn't mean to intrude." Zhang Lin kept kowtowing as he shouted in fear. "That's right, we didn't mean to intrude. Please let us live. We're willing to do anything for you." Yen Chuang's head was also pounding down like garlic. Heiyu fainted from fear. "Sigh, what a bunch of trash. If you all had strong willpower, why would you be afraid of him?" Ling Xiao sighed. "Brother Ling Xiao, what should we do now?" Zilong looked at Ling Xiao and asked nervously. "Don't worry," Let's kill these traitors first, so they won't turn around and attack us later. I think these pieces of trash have been completely frightened by that monster. As for that monster, he's only a peak second Divine Core warrior. If we join forces, it won't be difficult for us to kill him. Ling Xiao told Zilong, using his divine sense. Chapter 37:05. After hearing what Ling Xiao said, Zilong immediately calmed down. The reason why he was so scared was because he didn't know how strong Jiang Chen was. Since he knew, there was no reason for him to be scared. Now, suddenly, Ling Xiao made the first move. A resplendent sword light blossomed in the underground world. Ling Xiao struck with the frightening blood shadow sword art. He needed to kill Jiang Chen with a single strike. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Blood shadow kill. In an instant, his figure turned into a blood-red shadow. At the same time, he circulated the blood sun scripture. The frightening power of a third-order emperor realm martial skill was unleashed. A trail of blood appeared on Zhang Lin's throat. He didn't even have time to react before he died on the spot. In order to prevent Zhang Lin from becoming a sacrifice, Ling Xiao immediately threw Zhang Lin's corpse into his storage ring. A storage ring was different from a beast ring. Living things couldn't live in it, but it didn't matter how heavy things were. Right when Jiang Chen killed Zhang Lin, Zilong's divine Great Emperor Spear pierced through Yan Chuang's back. Zilong's cultivation was the same as Yan Chuang's, but his combat strength was much stronger. Plus, it was a sneak attack. Naturally, he succeeded. Ling Xiao kept Yan Chuang's corpse. As usual, Zilong continued his attack and killed He Yu as well. Right at this moment, he couldn't afford to be soft-hearted. If not, he would be in a very passive situation. In just an instant, all three men were killed. Even the bloodthirsty devil general was dumbfounded. The two young men in front of him were incredibly fast. They didn't hesitate at all. How dare you steal my sacrifice? You're courting death. The bloodthirsty devil general was furious. Originally, with those 3 sacrifices, he would be able to break through to the third order divine core realm. But now, things had turned out this way, and it really made him furious. Come on, what are you pretending for? Although you're strong, you're not as strong as before. You're only a peak second order divine core warrior. Also, you've turned into a red-haired zombie, so I'm sure your mobility has been greatly reduced. Do you really think we can't tell? Ling Xiao sneered. After being exposed by Ling Xiao, the bloodthirsty devil general furrowed his brows. His expression turned ugly. So what? You're just a half-step divine core warrior. No matter what, you're just a divine vein warrior. He couldn't use it at all. Although his cultivation is at the second divine core realm, he is still no match for me. Killing the two of you is as easy as flipping my hand. The bloodthirsty demon general coldly snorted. Xiaolong, you go and deal with that Zhang Rishan. Remember, kill him as quickly as possible. Then come and help me. I'll hold this bloodthirsty demon general back. Ling Xiao ignored the bloodthirsty demon general and suddenly said to Zilong. Right now, he had already begun to break through. In battle, he would definitely be able to speed up his breakthrough. Understood. Zilong thought for a moment and understood Ling Xiao's idea. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation was not as high as his, nor was his battle prowess, he had all kinds of tricks up his sleeves. It was very likely that he could stall the bloodthirsty demon general. He could also kill Zhang Rishan in a short period of time. This was the best choice. If it was the other way around, no one would be able to fully unleash their abilities. Kill. Zilong pounced on Zhang Rishan. Zhang Rishan sneered. Then he dashed outside. It looked like he was trying to stall for time, allowing the bloodthirsty demon general to kill Ling Xiao. Zilong followed behind him. Jie, the bloodthirsty demon general, looked at Ling Xiao and let out a creepy laugh. This horrifying laugh echoed throughout the entire underground world. Kid, you're too arrogant. Killing you is as easy as lifting a finger. You can give it a try. Ling Xiao's mission was to stall for time. Since the bloodthirsty demon general wanted to chat, he was more than happy to play along. While speaking, he had already transformed into the peerless heavenly rat. At the same time, he unleashed the Yin-Yang cosmic tiger, nine-snake general, infernal undying bird, Cerberus, infernal shadow rabbit, and divine frost dragon. Each of these beast souls could double or triple his battle prowess. Furthermore, they all came with special skills. Facing such a frightening opponent, even if he wanted to stall for time, he had to become extremely powerful. The innate 30% God-fiend sword soul naturally wouldn't forget. Only a fool would hide this martial soul that could increase the attack power of sword skills by 13 times. At this moment, Ling Xiao only had the tyrant martial soul that he hadn't exposed yet. He planned to use it at a critical moment. He wanted to catch his opponent off guard. The bloodthirsty demon general revealed a surprised expression. He really didn't expect that Ling Xiao's combat strength would actually increase by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time. This really came as a surprise to him. Looks like I have to kill this kid quickly, otherwise there will be trouble. The bloodthirsty demon general had a feeling that Ling Xiao might become his nemesis. If he couldn't kill him as soon as possible, it would be even more troublesome next. However, just as he was about to make his move, something even stranger happened. Bloodthirsty plague. Ling Xiao released a terrifying ability. A large amount of plague bacteria pounced on the bloodthirsty demon general's body. At that moment, something strange happened. Even Ling Xiao himself didn't expect it. The bloodthirsty plague actually caused such a terrifying amount of damage to the bloodthirsty demon general. A huge amount of blood and qi was being sucked away. The bloodthirsty demon general's combat strength instantly dropped. The peak second divine core cultivation base that he had spent so much effort to recover by sucking the bloodthirsty plague's blood dropped to the late second divine core realm. And it was still dropping. It was incredibly fast. Only when it reached the early second divine core realm did it slow down a lot. Perhaps it was because he had just broken through to the peak second divine core realm from the early second divine core realm. His cultivation base had already stabilized, and it wouldn't drop so easily. But this was already shocking enough. There was something even more shocking. Not only did the bloodthirsty plague absorb the bloodthirsty demon general's blood and qi, furthermore, it had sucked up all the blood in the blood pool. The terrifying energy had completely merged with Ling Xiao's body. It had turned into a blood-red tidal wave. With just a single wave, it had broken through the door. The water core in Ling Xiao's body was becoming more solid, and it had turned blood red, as if it was a blood core. Early core formation realm, mid-core formation realm, late core formation realm, peak core formation realm, peak core formation realm. The increase in Ling Xiao's combat strength was out of control. After he broke through to the divine core realm, his combat strength skyrocketed. His combat strength skyrocketed all the way to the peak first divine core realm. The core formation realm was the first stage of the divine core realm. The blood core in Ling Xiao's body had completely solidified, and it had become solid. Furthermore, it was at least 10 times stronger than a peak core formation warrior's blood core. The feeling was simply terrifying. The most terrifying thing was the blood had seeped into the transformed peerless heavenly rat. It had actually caused the peerless heavenly rat to mutate. No beast soul had merged with it. The peerless heavenly rat had actually broken through to the 8th divine core peerless heavenly rat. This saved Ling Xiao the trouble of searching for a beast soul. Chapter 3706. Previously, the peerless heavenly rat's combat strength had been greatly reduced. It was only 2 to 3 times. But now, it had once again recovered to 10 times. Ling Xiao's combat strength had skyrocketed. Before this, he was only planning to stall bloodthirsty and stall for time. But now he was ready to fight. What did you do? What did you do? Bloodthirsty was in a frenzy. What could he do? After Ling Xiao absorbed all his blood and qi, his combat strength had been greatly reduced. He was only at the early second-rank divine core realm. What was even more depressing was that even the blood pool that could allow him to quickly improve his combat strength had been completely absorbed by Ling Xiao. It had taken him more than a month to complete it. Just like that, it had become someone else's work. Damn it! Damn it! I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you! Bloodthirsty let out a furious roar as he leapt toward Ling Xiao. He swore to himself that he would tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Ling Xiao sneered. Without dodging, he began circulating his true yuan. After that, he took out the Ice Age and Blood Sun world. Then he unleashed his terrifying True Yuan and launched an attack. Fifth form of the 9 transformation Celestial Fiend skill. God Extinguishing Purgatory. Void Lock. Bang! Both men collided into each other. Then they separated at the same time. Ling Xiao was knocked back dozens of steps. Bloodthirsty was also knocked back a few steps. Neither of them were injured. However, in this collision, Ling Xiao was obviously at a disadvantage. That was because the martial skills that the bloodthirsty demon general had casually displayed were all 3rd-level Emperor-class martial skills. Thinking about it, the bloodthirsty devil general was once a 6th-level divine core warrior. He must have learned 3rd-order Emperor-ranked martial skills. Because of his limited combat strength, he couldn't unleash any high-level martial skills. But he could still use 3rd-order Emperor-ranked martial skills freely. In terms of martial skills, Ling Xiao was at a disadvantage. But in terms of combat strength, he was no longer at a disadvantage. Again, Ling Xiao sneered. 10 swords appeared at the same time. His cultivation had broken through to the divine core realm, and he had broken through to the peak divine core realm. Ling Xiao could finally unleash all 10 swords at the same time and unleash the 9 sovereign sword art. At the same time, the 9 swords seemed to have been sealed. All of them advanced, from the original precious grade Emperor artifact to the immortal grade Emperor artifact. The weapons became stronger. All the attacks became stronger at the same time. Now, the power of 9 swords combined into one was comparable to a low 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master. 8 swords combined into one could reach high 2nd-order Emperor Realm. 7 swords combined into one was also a low-grade 2nd-order Emperor Realm. As for the 10 swords combined into one, its power reached the terrifying 3rd-order Emperor Realm. Ling Xiao could feel the true essence in his body crazily gushing out. His potential was rapidly drained. It surged into his sea of cultivation. 10 swords in one. Kill. With a roar, 10 sword lights were released at the same time and merged into one in the air. It turned into a 10-colored sword light. Not good. The bloodthirsty demon general was shocked. He had never expected that this kid who had already surprised him was actually still able to display such a terrifying sword move. He roared, and at the same time, he also started to circulate a high-grade 3rd-order Emperor-class martial skill. Bloodthirsty Fist Scripture. Boiling. Rumble. Once again, the 2 attacks collided. Terrifying energy jumped crazily in the underground world. The entire underground world began to shake. If it weren't for the stability of the 4 major regions, the entire underground world would have collapsed. The two were in a stalemate for a moment. Then, the bloodthirsty demon general flew backward and fell heavily to the ground. Their strength was equal. Their martial skills were equal. However, the bloodthirsty demon general was at a disadvantage because of his weapon. Ling Xiao had 10 immortal-grade Emperor-class weapons, but the bloodthirsty demon general was barehanded. Dash! The bloodthirsty demon general stood up and roared crazily. He was angry and a little frightened. "Brother Ling Xiao, I'm here." At this moment, Zilong appeared. His appearance made the bloodthirsty demon general's situation even worse. "Where's Zhang Rishan?" Ling Xiao asked. "Killed. I've put the corpse in my storage ring. It's a mission item." Zilong laughed. "Okay, then let's join hands to kill this guy." Ling Xiao should be able to kill the bloodthirsty demon general by himself, but with Zilong's help, it would be much faster. Who knew if there would be any other dangers? He didn't want to get hurt here. Mad dance of corpse poison. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty demon general let out a furious roar. In an instant, the entire underground world was covered by a green poisonous mist. Ling Xiao took a sniff. This poisonous mist should be the source of the infectious disease in the exploration team. Now, he had completed one of the missions. He would be rewarded with many upper-grade soul stones. "Zilong, run now!" He suddenly thought of something. Then he shouted at Zilong. Although Zilong had eaten his poison prevention pill, this poisonous mist was not ordinary. It was similar to the bloodthirsty demon plague, and it had its own consciousness. The poison prevention pill didn't have much of an effect. "Run, it's too late. Both of you will die here today. Even if I don't do anything, you won't be able to escape from here." The bloodthirsty demon general said with a grin. He realized that he might not be a match for Ling Xiao right now. That's why he had to use this poison. This poison was brewed by him after staying here for a few thousand years. Any warriors below the 3rd level of the Divine Core realm would be poisoned. Even warriors above the 3rd level of the Divine Core realm wouldn't dare breathe it in. Otherwise, they would have to spend a lot of energy to dissolve it. Therefore, he was sure that both Ling Xiao and Zilong would be poisoned to death. Plop! Zilong fell onto the ground, and his face turned green. "Shit, Brother Ling Xiao, I think I'm going to die soon." Although he was a 2nd-level Divine Core warrior, in terms of poison resistance, he couldn't compare with Ling Xiao. "Don't worry, I'm here." Ling Xiao waved his hand, and Zilong was placed into the beast ring to rest. As for the poison in his body, it would be slowly absorbed by his body. The most important thing now was to kill the bloodthirsty demon general. And although you've broken through, you're only at the peak core formation realm. He actually had such a strong resistance to this corpse poison, you're even better than an iron core warrior. The bloodthirsty demon general was surprised, but after a brief moment, he still sneered. "It's useless. At most, you can hold on for a little longer. You're going to die soon. 3 breaths. 3 breaths at most." The bloodthirsty demon general looked at Ling Xiao with confidence. However, 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. 3 breaths later, Ling Xiao was still standing there, and he didn't look any different. On the contrary, a proud smile emerged on his face. Impossible! The bloodthirsty demon general panicked once again. He had tried this poison many times. Even a 3rd-level Divine Core warrior would fall unconscious after inhaling it. This guy was only a peak 1st Divine Core warrior. How could he be so calm? Ling Xiao sneered. He didn't pay any attention to the bloodthirsty demon general. 9 snake heads stretched out from his back. After that, they opened their mouths and started devouring the terrifying poison. The poison kept entering the 9 snake heads. Suddenly, the 9 snake general's beast soul actually broke through. 9 Hell Hydra, 3rd Divine Core Beast Soul. Chapter 3707. Interesting. I never thought this bloodthirsty devil general would be my lucky star. I'm starting to like him. Ling Xiao was really happy after meeting this bloodthirsty devil general. Not only did he find the profound nether grass because of the blood pool, he had also broken through to the perfect 1st Divine Core realm. In other words, he was now at the perfect core formation realm. Now, he had even upgraded the 9 snake demon beast soul to the Hell Hydra beast soul. He had even obtained a 2nd special skill. Wasn't this his lucky star? I'm sorry, bloodthirsty devil general. Your corpse poison is actually delicious to me. I really need to thank you. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. Monster, you're the real monster. Bloodthirsty devil general's expression became extremely ugly, and fear could be seen in his eyes. Ling Xiao was too mysterious. He was so mysterious that no one could understand him. In this world, the most frightening thing wasn't strength, but the unknown. And it was because of the unknown that people were afraid of. However, he was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. Although he was afraid, he quickly returned to normal. Suddenly, he dashed into a room in the underground world. Ling Xiao did not have the time to chase after him. He had already come out. There was a pair of gloves on his hands. Kid, even if you can resist the corpse poison, you're still too weak. The only thing you're stronger than me in is your weapon. Now, I have a Divine Emperor weapon as well. What can you do to me? Is that so? If this is all you've got, I'm afraid you won't be far from death. Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone. The martial soul of Tyrant, his biggest trump card. He hadn't used it yet. It seemed like there were no outsiders here. He didn't mind using it. However, he had just broken through, and he needed a fight to stabilize his cultivation. That was why he didn't use the martial soul of Tyrant or Blood Lightning God. Otherwise, if he used either of them, bloodthirsty devil general would be dead. Kill. Ling Xiao suddenly moved his feet, activating the cosmic body. A ferocious sword intent bloomed from both swords. But this time, he didn't use any powerful skills. Instead, he used the descent of Fiend God. He aimed at bloodthirsty devil general's shoulder. Did he guess that my shoulders are my weakness? The bloodthirsty demon general was very surprised. The red zombie body he cultivated had only 3 weak points on his body. Those who didn't understand him wouldn't be able to find him. But this Ling Xiao had actually found it with his first attack. Impossible. It must be an accident. He stretched out his hands to block Ling Xiao's attack. However, in the next moment, Ling Xiao's sword move suddenly changed. Because the moves were simple, it was easier to change them. This sword was aimed at a point on the bloodthirsty demon general's back. Another weakness. Another weakness. This is definitely not a coincidence. This kid can really see the weakness of my red zombie body. Damn it, why did I meet such a freak? Boom. The bloodthirsty demon general hurriedly turned around to block. Because he was in a hurry, he suffered a loss. His body was pushed back again. Brat, scram. Just throw down the corpses in your storage ring. I can spare your life. The bloodthirsty demon general suddenly said. He realized that it was extremely difficult for him to kill Ling Xiao. If he continued fighting like this and attracted the attention of others, he would be in even more trouble. Therefore, he chose to back down. Even if it's an agreement, I should be the one to make the decision. Not you. The one who should scram is you, right? But before you scram, you better leave behind your storage ring. I can spare your life. Ling Xiao sneered. Presumptuous. Brat, you really don't know how high the sky is. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? I just don't want to waste too much energy on you. The bloodthirsty demon general was furious. Terrifying true energy began to gather on both of his hands. His blood-red hair was actually standing on end. A horrifying smell of blood filled the air. Fourth grade, Emperor, realm martial skill. Are you crazy? Using a fourth grade Emperor realm martial skill with a second grade divine core cultivation base is no different from courting death. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. This bloodthirsty demon general was really going to risk his life. He didn't care about his own life and used such a horrifying martial skill. If you're scared, leave your corpse behind and scram. To be honest, I don't want to risk my life with you, because I won't get any benefits. But you're the one who forced me to do this. This fifth skill is a low-grade fourth grade Emperor Realm Martial skill. If you still don't want to give in, I still know some mid-grade and high-grade Emperor Realm Martial skills. Do you want to try them all? The bloodthirsty demon general was using a powerful martial skill to threaten Ling Xiao. He wanted to force Ling Xiao to leave. If it was someone else, he would probably agree to it. But he was Ling Xiao. How could Ling Xiao give in so easily? All right, since you're not afraid of death, I'll play with you. I'd like to see how powerful you are. Ling Xiao sneered. He unleashed his martial soul of tyrant. The entire underground world turned into a pitch-black universe. At this moment, the bloodthirsty demon general felt a terrifying pressure that he had never felt before. What? The bloodthirsty demon general looked at Ling Xiao in horror. What kind of terrifying power was contained in this young man's body? Why was it increasing again and again? Sky Tyrant, 9 Supreme Sword Art, 10 swords in 1. Kill. While the bloodthirsty demon general was lost in his thoughts, Ling Xiao had already launched his attack. The bloodthirsty demon general didn't dare to waste time thinking. Instead, he blasted out the low-grade 4th grade Emperor Realm Martial skill that he had already condensed. Another earth-shattering roar sounded. The bloodthirsty demon general was undoubtedly sent flying. His body directly hit the sculpture and bounced back. He landed on the ground with a horrified expression. Stop, I don't want to fight anymore. The bloodthirsty demon general hurriedly shouted, I admit that I can't kill you easily, but if I release my inner core, I can also perish with you. I don't want your corpse, you can leave. Ha! You're not qualified to negotiate with me. To be honest, your advantage is that you've learned more powerful martial skills before. But unfortunately, you're not strong enough to fully display the power of those martial skills. As for me, this is still not my ultimate skill. If you want to die, I can continue playing with you. Ling Xiao sneered. If you want me to let you go, at least show me some sincerity. You want me to let you go with just a few words? Don't you think you're being too optimistic? The bloodthirsty demon general's expression was extremely ugly. Just like what Ling Xiao had said, Jiang Chun had forced him into a corner. He didn't want to perish together with Jiang Chun. After all, if he recovered his full strength, he would be a 6th divine core warrior. It wasn't worth it for him to perish together with this young man. What do you want? The bloodthirsty demon general furrowed his brows and asked, As for the conditions, I've already told you. Hand over your storage ring, and I'll let you go. Ling Xiao didn't want to perish together with this guy either. After all, this guy was an old monster. Who knew if he had any trump cards? Chapter 3708. Since Jiang Chun knew that Bloodthirsty's bottom line was to survive, this matter would be much easier. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I don't want anything else. Just give me your storage ring and everything inside. Although he had the Tai Chi, he couldn't see what was inside the storage ring. But he could see the special glow emitting from the storage ring. The brighter the glow, the more treasures it contained. Jiang Chun believed that all of General Bloodthirsty's treasures should be inside the storage ring. I can't give you the storage ring. General Bloodthirsty shook his head and said, although it is a storage ring, it's also an important item to the mansion of the prefecture. But at the same time, it's an important token of the Zifu army. Without it, I won't be able to get the things I put in the Zifu army's treasury. Even if you do get it, it'll just be a hot potato. Not only will it be useless to you, it will also bring you death. How about this? I can give you everything in the storage ring. What do you think? General Bloodthirsty tried his best to hold back the anger in his heart as he spoke. Damn it, how could he be forced to such an extent by a peak First Divine Corps brat? What a disgrace. Luckily, there was no one else around. Once he recovered his strength, he would kill this brat. Now, as long as he didn't die, he would cooperate as much as he could. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, it's none of your business whether I'll bring you death or not. But if you don't hand over the storage ring, don't even think about leaving here alive today. He was confident that General Bloodthirsty wouldn't die together with him. As long as there was a chance of survival, General Bloodthirsty wouldn't choose to die. You, don't go too far. General Bloodthirsty furiously said, I'm going too far, so what? Ling Xiao sneered and said, I'm still willing to let you live, but if it were you, you would have killed me without saying anything. All right, enough with the nonsense. Either you hand over the storage ring, or I'll take it myself after I kill you. Worst comes to worst, I'll just get injured. I can guarantee you that you won't be able to kill me. General Bloodthirsty's face alternated between red and white. In the end, he nodded his head helplessly. He tossed the storage ring to Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao touched the storage ring, he immediately knew it was an extraordinary item. This thing was much better than the storage ring on his hand. Not only was the space larger, but it could also store a small number of living creatures. Moreover, the quality was even better, and it was not easily damaged. With a smile, he sealed the bloodthirsty demon general's consciousness in the storage ring. Of course, there was a reason why it was sealed and not erased. He was very interested in the secret vault that bloodthirsty demon general had just mentioned. It could only be used by martial artists at the general level. He would definitely take a look at it in the future. If he needed to use the bloodthirsty demon general's consciousness, it would come in handy. Kid, with your aptitude, why don't you come with me? Although I am extremely weak right now, once I recover, I will be a 6th Divine Corps warrior. You won't lose out if you follow me. The bloodthirsty demon general did not leave immediately. It seemed that it was still unwilling to give up, and it began to bewitch Ling Xiao. Don't you want to leave? Ling Xiao's eyes flickered coldly. Whoosh! The bloodthirsty demon general turned into a streak of bloody light and fled. Brat, I'll remember you. Once I recover my cultivation, I'll come back and find you again. At that time, it'll be useless even if you kneel down and beg for mercy. Idiot! You're at most a 6th Divine Corps warrior, and I don't know how long it will take you to recover. At that time, I'll be much stronger than you. Ling Xiao was confident enough to let the bloodthirsty demon general go. He knew what the consequences would be. Time to leave. After the bloodthirsty demon general left, Ling Xiao didn't leave immediately. Instead, he turned to the statue of the Blood Sword Supreme. A smile emerged on his face. Without hesitation, he placed it into his new storage ring. Because the statue of the Blood Sword Supreme had been sacrificed for a long time, it contained a powerful energy. Although it was evil, it would be a waste not to use it. It could definitely replenish Ling Xiao's depleted potential. Moreover, this sculpture already had some of the Blood Sword Supreme's divine might. He believed that if the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme really existed, if the Blood Sword Supreme really believed that the statue had some sort of reaction. After keeping the statue, Jiang Chun left the Devil Cave. He went straight to the mission tower. There was no need for the exploration team to go there. He had investigated the source of the infectious disease. Since the bloodthirsty demon general had left, he believed the infectious disease wouldn't spread any further. The Purple Mansion Army had their own army doctor and alchemist. Jiang Chun would leave the rest to them. Along the way, Ling Xiao started checking the treasures in his storage ring. 1 million upper rank soul stones. With these upper rank soul stones and the money he earned from the martial Dao competition, Ling Xiao now had 6 million upper rank soul stones. The Blood Thunder God could now rest at ease. There was also a bottle of pills with about 20 pills. They were called Profound Nether Pills. This Profound Nether Pill was concocted with Profound Nether Grass and Profound Nether Divine Water as the main ingredients. Of course, the most important thing was that it required the blood essence of Divine Core warriors. Countless Divine Core warriors had sacrificed their lives to concoct these 20 profound nether pills. Each pill was extremely precious. Besides, Ling Xiao couldn't concoct them himself. Firstly, the profound nether grass was hard to find. And secondly, the profound nether divine water was hard to find. Of course, the most troublesome thing was the blood essence of Divine Core warriors. Although he wasn't a kind man, the fact that he could concoct pills with human blood was terrifying. Of course, the profound nether pill had great effects as well. It combined the effects of the healing pill, energy restoration pill, and divine restoration pill. One of the first 2 pills was used to heal wounds. The other was used to restore true yuan. As for the divine restoration pill, it could be used to increase a Divine Core warrior's cultivation and body strength. The profound nether pill had all 3 effects, and they were the best of the best. Good stuff. Aside from the profound nether pill, there was also a hand-drawn map. Ling Xiao could tell that it was a map of the Violet Spirit underworld. Most importantly, there was a place marked on the map, and it had the words Blood Sword Supreme written on it. Ling Xiao immediately became excited. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be the place where the Blood Sword Supreme disappeared. Only the bloodthirsty demon general who had been following the Blood Sword Supreme knew where it was. Good stuff. Unfortunately, there weren't any martial skills in this storage ring. It looked like the bloodthirsty demon general had left all his martial skills in that secret vault. The things in this storage ring were just a small part of it. Brother Ling Xiao. Suddenly, Zilong's voice sounded out from the beast ring, pulling Ling Xiao back from his thoughts. He quickly let Zilong out. With a smile on his face, he asked, "Are you all right now?" "I'm fine now. But where's that monster?" Zilong asked. "It ran away," Ling Xiao said. Zilong was startled for a second, but he didn't ask any questions. If Ling Xiao said that the fellow had run away, then that fellow had definitely run away. There was no way he could lie about this. As for why it ran away and how it ran away, it didn't matter. He was too lazy to think about those things. Both men continued their journey, and in just half a day, they arrived at the mission tower. Chapter 3709. 3 frightening auras could be sensed from the mission tower. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the 3 men who were descending from the sky. He knew one of them, Nie Feng, Nie Shuang's brother. Damn it, Brother Ling Xiao, why is Nie Feng here? I think he's going to take revenge on us. He's a peak 3rd Divine Core warrior. Both of us are no match for him. Zilong said worriedly, "Don't worry, let's take it one step at a time. If we can defeat him, we'll fight him. If we can't, we'll just run. Speaking of running, he's no match for me." Ling Xiao wasn't worried at all. With so many people here, even if Nie Feng wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to escape. Even if Nie Fong wanted to kill him, he would have to think twice. While they were talking, the three men landed on the ground. All three of them were at the peak third divine core realm, the perfect bronze core realm. All three of them were major generals, top major generals. I heard the purple spirit underworld is guarded by 7 major generals from the Purple Mansion Army. Just because of you, 3 of them have come out. Big brother Ling Xiao, you really have a lot of face. Zilong nudged Ling Xiao and said. Ling Xiao smiled. Then he cupped his fist toward the 3 men and said, "Greetings, generals." He still had to show some courtesy. "Master." Right at this moment, 2 people arrived by Nie Feng's side and greeted him respectfully. These 2 men weren't old, but their cultivation bases weren't weak. One of them was an early Iron Core warrior, about 30 years old. The other one was an early Bronze Core warrior, about 35 years old. Both of them are Nie Feng's disciples. The Iron Core warrior is Yuan Chong, and the Bronze Core warrior is called Feng Tian. Especially Yuan Chong. He has a very close relationship with Nie Shuang. Although many people think Nie Shuang is Yu Qilong's woman, Yuan Chong still loves her. But Yuan Chong likes Nie Shuang very much. Zilong knew much more than Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the 2 men indifferently, but he didn't say anything. Right at this moment, Nie Fong said with a cold voice, "Ling Xiao, there were 4 men who went on this mission with you. Now, only Zilong is left. Where are the other 3? Clearly, Nie Fong was trying to pick a fight with Ling Xiao. However, there was nothing wrong with his question. Firstly, Ling Xiao was the one who opened the bloodthirsty demon cave. Second, Ling Xiao was the one who defeated the bloodthirsty demon general. Third, Ling Xiao was the only one who knew the details of the entire process. If he didn't ask him, who else would he ask? One had to know that when Ling Xiao fought with the bloodthirsty demon general, Zilong was unconscious. Zhang Lin, Yan Chuang, and Heiyu were killed by the bloodthirsty demon general because they were poisoned by corpse poison. These are the corpses. Why don't you examine them yourselves? Ling Xiao took out the 3 corpses. Of course, they were all processed. The bloodthirsty demon general is so powerful. How could he let you go? Tell me the truth. Have you sided with him? Nie Fong asked again. Ling Xiao said coolly, "General Nie, don't casually accuse people wrongly. Everyone knows that the bloodthirsty demon general was seriously injured several thousand years ago. When he fought with his subordinates, his old injuries flared up, and he had no choice but to escape." Bullshit. You're the only divine vein realm martial artist among the 5, but those 3 died. Not only did you resist the corpse poison, you even survived until the end. How do you explain this? Yuan Chong, who was standing beside Nie Fong, said angrily. Perhaps it was because of Nie Shuang, but Yuan Chong didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao. That's right. You have to give an explanation. Nie Fong and the other 2 major generals released a terrifying aura at the same time, forcing Ling Xiao to not dare to lie. Facing this powerful pressure, Ling Xiao only smiled indifferently and looked at Yuan Chong coldly. "First, you don't have the right to tell me what to do. You're a coward. You didn't even dare to accept this mission. Now that I've completed the mission, you're jealous. You actually want to slander me because you're jealous. Second, you said that I'm the weakest among the 5. I think you're blind. Among the 5, I'm the strongest." If the first half of the sentence made Yuan Chong's face unsightly and even a little ashamed, then the second half of the sentence was a joke in Yuan Chong's eyes. The surrounding Zifu army soldiers also roared with laughter. Ling Zhao's expression was very indifferent. He was only at the divine vein realm, so of course he wasn't the strongest. But now he was at the peak of the core formation realm. With his current strength, Early Iron Corps realm martial artists were no match for him. Therefore, he was the strongest among the five. Because he was the strongest, all the doubts that seemed unreasonable became reasonable. He could resist the corpse poison, survive until the end, and even save Zilong. Being able to repel the bloodthirsty demon, General became reasonable. This answer was funny, but it blocked many difficult questions that Niafeng and Yuan Chong had racked their brains to think of, because other than this answer, no matter how he explained or answered, the other party could find a flaw. Even if they couldn't find a flaw, they could create a flaw. Only the strongest answer made him flawless. Instead, he could take the initiative in his own hands. Is it very funny? Ling Xiao asked with an indifferent tone. Of course it's funny. I've never heard of a divine vein warrior daring to call himself the strongest in front of a group of divine core warriors. Of course, you've defeated a first-level divine core warrior before. Let's assume you're stronger than Heiyu, but Zhang Lin and Yen Chuang are both second-level divine core warriors, iron core warriors. Do you really think you're stronger than them? What a shameless boast. Yuan Chong sneered. Lord Major, may I ask what your cultivation level is? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Me? I'm an early second-level divine core warrior, iron core warrior, Yuan Chong said proudly. How do you compare to Zhang Lin and Yen Chuang? Ling Xiao asked again. Bullshit. Those two trash. How can they compare with me? Yuan Chong said with disdain. If that's the case, if I defeat the Lord Major, does that mean my words are true? Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. What? Hearing this, the crowd's laughter suddenly stopped. Since Ling Xiao dared to say something like this, it meant he wasn't talking nonsense. He must have something to rely on. If not, how could this be possible? All right, life or death, what do you think? Yuan Chong had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Since Ling Xiao had brought it up himself, how could he not seize the opportunity? Of course, but what do the three major generals think? If I defeat Lord Major Yuan Chong, I'll be given a free pass. Then, I'll be able to claim my reward? Ling Xiao asked with a smile on his face. No problem. Niafeng exchanged glances with the other two, then he nodded his head and said, Forget about defeating him. As long as you can survive 20 rounds of attacks from Yuan Chong, I'll give you your reward. Then you win. Niafeng believed in Yuan Chong's strength. Besides, he had no idea that Ling Xiao had achieved another huge breakthrough in his cultivation in such a short period of time. Therefore, he was sure that Yuan Chong would definitely win. Thank you, Lord Major Yuan Chong. This way, please. Ling Xiao walked to an empty field. After that, he cupped his fist toward Yuan Chong and said, This Yuan Chong was indeed strong, much stronger than Zhang Lin and Yen Chuang. But he was still weaker than Zilong. According to his cultivation, he should be able to become a major general, but there was a limit to the number of major generals. Also, he didn't have enough military merits. That's why he wasn't promoted. But he was one of the top captains. Chapter 3710. Let's begin. Major Yuan Chong. Ling Xiao waved his hand at Yuan Chong with a carefree expression. It was as if his opponent wasn't an early Iron Corps major. It was as if his opponent was just a divine vein warrior. Amongst the crowd, Gao Hong was looking at Ling Xiao with a worried expression. The king had ordered him to protect Zilong and Ling Xiao, but this young master Ling Xiao was always creating danger. It made him smile bitterly. Previously, when Jiang Chun went missing in the profound Abyss Valley, he was already scared out of his wits. Now, he was going to have a life and death battle with Yuan Chong. Wasn't he being too careless with his own life? But even if Gao Hong wanted to stop him, it was useless. The battle had begun, and it was hosted by 3 major generals of the Purple Palace Army. Even Gao Hong could only deal with one of them. Young man, first round. Before Yuan Chong could finish his words, his attack had already begun. He was holding a strange-looking scimitar in his hand, and it was emitting a strong killing intent. It unleashed a chilling light. The scimitar slashed toward Ling Zhao's throat. What Yuan Chong wanted was Ling Zhao's life. Therefore, when he attacked, he didn't hold back. There was no way he would show any mercy. Zilong didn't know about Ling Zhao's breakthrough, and that was why he was worried. Right now, he was already circulating his true yuan, preparing to help. Even if he lost, he couldn't let Ling Zhao die. Before the scimitar arrived, the chilling coldness had already arrived. Ling Zhao could clearly feel the coldness on his throat. All the Purple Palace army soldiers who were watching the battle felt their hearts tremble, and they could feel the chilling coldness on their bodies. Humph, that boastful Ling Zhao. Yuan Chang's attack is a second-order Emperor martial skill, the Frozen Moon Slash. Just this attack alone is not something a first-order Divine Core warrior can defend against, let alone him. Nie Feng looked at Ling Zhao with disdain, as if he could already see Ling Zhao's head being chopped off by this attack. No one below the first-order Divine Core realm could defend against this attack. How could Ling Zhao be an exception? Cosmic body. Ling Zhao instantly entered the everlasting heavenly rat beast soul transformation state, released the yin-yang universal tiger beast soul, and then used the body of cosmic light. His body was wrapped in a ball of light, and he dodged Yuan Chang's attack at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. Seeing this scene, the three major generals of the Purple Mansion Army were all shocked. Ling Zhao's speed was simply too fast. Yuan Chang's attack speed simply couldn't keep up. Boom! The terrifying attack hit the spot where Ling Zhao had been standing. A cloud of dust rose from the ground. There was even a small hole in the ground. The laws of the four great domains were so stable, yet they were still blasted into a small crater. From this, it could be seen how powerful the opponent's attack was. This speed is too fast. How do we fight? The nearby Zifu soldiers who were watching the show all cried out in alarm. Even if Yuan Chong was much stronger than Ling Zhao with his speed advantage, Ling Zhao could dodge any of Yuan Chong's attacks. Whoosh! Boom! Boom! Yuan Chong was naturally unconvinced. He urged his true essence and blasted out 9 more moves in a row. The speed of each move was much faster than the previous one. When he reached the 9th move, he could already touch Ling Zhao's clothes. However, this was Yuan Chang's fastest attack speed. After 10 moves, he still did not manage to hurt Ling Zhao at all. All he could do was cut off a small piece of his clothes. How could this be? Yuan Chang's expression became one of extreme shock. He had studied this Ling Zhao before. Although Ling Zhao had defeated Nie Shuang in the martial Dao competition, he had only defeated Nie Shuang. At that time, he was only a half-step Divine Core warrior. Yuan Chong didn't take it seriously, but today, this young man was able to dodge his attack so easily. Why was this happening? Don't panic. I think your strength isn't limited to this. Nie Feng reminded Yuan Chong. Yuan Chong calmed down and nodded his head. After that, he turned to Ling Zhao and said, "Young man, I've been holding back for the past 10 moves. After all, I've only used less than 80% of my strength. Next, I'll use all my strength. You're dead meat." "Same to you. I'm just playing around," Ling Zhao said with a faint smile on his face. "You're bluffing." Yuan Chong was furious. His body swayed as he unleashed a second-order Emperor realm movement skill. In that instant, it was as if it had turned into a brilliant ray of moonlight. In the blink of an eye, it had already approached Ling Zhao. The scimitar in his hand could barely be seen. All that was left was a faint shadow. So terrifying, even a cultivator at the same cultivation level as him won't be able to dodge this attack. Not even Ling Xiao can dodge it. A voice sounded out from the crowd. However, in the next second, he was slapped in the face. Blood-red lightning suddenly appeared on Ling Xiao's body. After that, it was as if he had turned into a combination of light and lightning. In an instant, he disappeared from where he stood. Once again, even though Yuan Chong had used 90% of his strength, he couldn't even touch Ling Xiao's clothes. "I've told you, with your speed, you won't be able to touch me," Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone. "Damn it, I don't believe it." Yuan Chong exerted 100% of his strength, released his martial soul, and charged forward. His martial soul was a swallow. It didn't help much in terms of attack, but it greatly increased his speed. Even so, another 6 moves passed. He still could only touch the corner of Ling Xiao's clothes. He couldn't hurt Ling Xiao at all. On the contrary, Ling Xiao seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll. He didn't take Yuan Chong's attack seriously at all. What exactly is that blood-red lightning? It can actually increase his speed again. It's said that Ling Xiao went to the Ghost Demon Palace. He got that blood-red lightning from there. I'm so envious. When everyone saw this, they felt a little embarrassed. Previously, they mocked Ling Xiao for daring to challenge Captain Yuan Chong. They thought that Ling Xiao would definitely die in 1 or 2 moves. However, it had already been 16 moves. A battle of 16 people. Ling Xiao was still unscathed, although he had been dodging and didn't fight Yuan Chong head-on. However, the rules clearly stated that as long as he didn't die, he would win. Ling Xiao naturally chose the most labor-saving method. "Ling Xiao, this general admits that your movement technique is brilliant. Your speed is extremely fast. But if you want to scare that bloodthirsty demon general away, I'm afraid you have to attack, right? And as far as I know, the space in that demon cave is narrow, so it's impossible for you to fully display your speed." Niefeng suddenly said. This guy clearly saw that Ling Xiao was about to win, so he was deliberately looking for trouble. According to the original agreement, as long as Ling Xiao could survive 20 rounds of battle, then it would be considered a win. But now, Niefeng clearly wanted Ling Xiao to fight Yuan Chong head-on. In fact, Ling Xiao didn't care. There were only 3 moves left, and he had already saved a lot of energy. Wait a minute! Ling Xiao signaled for the battle to stop. Then he looked at Niefeng and said, "Major General, my attacks are quite powerful, and sometimes I can't tell who's stronger. What if I kill Captain Yuan Chong? This is a bloody battlefield. If you kill him, then kill him, Wu Zue." Chapter 37:11. Niefeng's words were actually directed at Gao Hong, who was hiding in the dark. With the Purple Mansion Army's intelligence network, they naturally knew that Gao Hong had been hiding in the dark to protect Ling Xiao, and Zilong, of course. Ling Xiao nodded his head. Then he turned to Yuan Chong and said, "I wanted to spare your life, but Major General Niefeng wants you dead. Don't blame me for this." Shameless boasting. How could Yuan Chong be afraid of Ling Xiao's words? In his mind, the only thing he couldn't compare with Ling Xiao was his speed. Without his speed, Ling Xiao was no match for him. Hee. Ling Xiao smiled, then he circulated his true yuan. 8 immortal-grade Emperor weapon. Swords soared into the sky. They hovered around his body. 7 swords combined into one, and its power was equivalent to a second-order Emperor-level martial skill. It was only slightly weaker than his opponent's martial skill. 7 swords combined into one. Cold Moon Slash. 2 forces collided in the air, then they separated. This was the first head-on clash between the 2 of them. It wasn't a one-sided fight like everyone expected. Instead, both of them were pushed back at the same time. Although Ling Xiao was pushed back a little, The difference wasn't much. This scene caused everyone to be shocked. Brother Ling Xiao, did you just break through? How come I didn't know? Only now did Zilong realize that Ling Xiao had broken through. You're not a divine vein warrior. You're a peak core formation warrior. Yuan Chong, who was fighting with Ling Xiao, was the one who felt it the most. Congratulations, you're right. Too bad, there's no reward. Ling Xiao said with a chuckle. That's impossible. You were only a half-step divine core warrior when you entered the bloody battlefield. It's only been 5 days, but you've already broken through to the peak core formation realm. You've skipped the early, mid, and late core formation realms. This is simply inconceivable. Nia Feng was shocked as well, and he started worrying for Yuan Chong. But as a major general, he had already said it, and it was impossible for him to take it back now. I'm sorry, I just came across a fortuitous encounter. Who asked you to refuse to carry out this mission? Ling Xiao smiled as the aura of a peak core formation stage fully erupted. This made everyone extremely nervous. It was the 18th round. There were only 2 rounds left before the battle was about to end. Humph, so what if you've reached the peak of the core formation stage? Do you think you're no match for me, an iron core stage? Kill! Yuan Chong coldly snorted and urged his true essence to attack Ling Xiao again. Unfortunately, his strongest martial skill was only a mid-second order Emperor-level martial skill. There were no more powerful martial skills. After all, he was only a captain. It was probably because of Nie Feng that he was able to cultivate this mid-second order Emperor-class martial skill. How many times do you want to use the same move? How boring. 8 swords in 1. The 8 swords combined into 1 was the high-grade second-order Emperor-ranked martial skill. Its power was much stronger than his opponent's Cold Moon Slash. At the moment when the 9 sword lights were condensed, the space seemed to be torn apart. Sword scars appeared on the ground. A gust of cold wind blew at the scene. The wind was like a blade, cutting everyone's body, causing them to feel a stinging pain. Boom! Once again, the 2 collided head-on. Previously, Ling Xiao was at a disadvantage, but the disadvantage wasn't obvious. This time, the high-grade second-order Emperor-ranked martial skill not only made up for his disadvantage. Instead, it pushed Yuan Chong back dozens of steps. In an instant, the advantage was reversed. Ling Xiao began to suppress Yuan Chong, but Yuan Chong is worthy of being called an early iron core stage expert. Attacking him with a high-grade second-order Emperor-ranked martial skill only made him spit out a mouthful of blood. He wasn't seriously injured. Looking at Yuan Chong, Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire him. This guy was much stronger than he had imagined. Seeing that Yuan Chong was at a disadvantage, the 3 major generals of the Purple Mansion Army and the other Purple Mansion Army soldiers looked at each other. One was a peak core formation stage, and the other was an early iron core stage. The difference in strength between the 2 should be more than 10 times. Why did it seem like the 2 of them were evenly matched? And Ling Xiao even had the advantage? What kind of martial skill is that? Why do I feel like it's as powerful as a high-grade second-order Emperor-ranked martial skill? Nie Feng frowned. I've never seen it before, but its power is indeed as powerful as a high-grade second-order Emperor-ranked martial skill. I'm afraid junior brother Yuan Chong is in trouble. Feng Tian also frowned. He thought it would be an easy fight. Who knew that the situation would turn out like this? It was too embarrassing. The 19th round began, and there was only 1 round left. Yuan Chong, don't hide it anymore. Nie Feng suddenly shouted. Yuan Chong gritted his teeth. He took out a talisman. He was really ashamed. As an early iron core stage expert, he had to deal with a peak core formation stage expert. He even had to use a talisman. Even if he killed Ling Xiao, he would still be in trouble. If word got out, his reputation would be ruined. But now, he didn't care about his reputation. After all, his life was more important. Shameless. Zilong scolded loudly. Yuan Chong, you have no shame. Niefeng, today I've seen how shameless you can be. Gao Hong couldn't help but walk out from the crowd. Seeing him, Zilong was stunned. Ling Xiao didn't have much of a reaction. Gao Hong probably felt that under this talisman, he wasn't Yuan Chong's match. He might even die. That was why he stood out. Gao Hong, don't slander me. That bloodthirsty demon, general might be weak, but he was still a general. How could he not have a talisman on him? Yuan Chong only used the talisman to reconstruct the situation. Niefeng sneered. Commander Gao, let him use it. It's meaningless anyway. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Don't forget, Niefeng's daughter also used a talisman. In the end, didn't she die in my hands? Talisman? It's just a talisman that hastens her death. Gao Hong was stunned. He smiled bitterly and closed his mouth. He knew that this young Master Ling Xiao's personality was even more stubborn than Zilong's. Oh, right, Commander Gao. If anything happens later, remember to take Zilong away. Don't worry about me. Ling Xiao specifically reminded him. He didn't think that Niefeng would keep his promise. He killed Niefeng's daughter. Niefeng would think of all ways to kill him. Even if he didn't do it in this mission tower, he would definitely do it somewhere else. Yuan Chong used a talisman. Then he said coldly, this talisman is called an upgrade talisman. It can upgrade my martial skills by a few levels in a short time. Now, my mid-second order Emperor class martial skill has reached low third order Emperor class. You don't have any advantage in martial skills. Is that so? That's just what you think. Ling Xiao was still calm and composed. Was a low third order Emperor class martial skill very awesome? It might be so for others, but it wasn't for him. Kid, it seems that you're very confident. Then take a look at my strongest attack. Bloodthirsty cold moon. Slash. The ice-cold light suddenly turned blood red. Chapter 37:12. Yuan Chong wasn't bragging. His attack had indeed reached the power of a third-order Emperor level martial skill. It seems that we don't need to wait until the 20th round. The battle should be over in the 19th round. One of the major generals of the Zifu army shook his head and laughed. It's a third-level Emperor level martial skill. Only major general-level martial artists are qualified to practice it. It's already amazing that Ling Xiao has a second-level Emperor martial skill. But this time, I'm afraid he won't have a chance. Another major general said with a smile. They were all optimistic about Yuan Chong. But Ling Xiao didn't care at all. He had always been underestimated and never thought highly of. But every time, he could make those who looked down on him suffer. Is it useful to use a third-level martial Emperor realm skill that was forcefully upgraded by using a talisman? Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. Since you said there's no need for the last round, then it's just right. Let's end the battle with this attack. With a sneer, Ling Xiao's figure gradually blurred and then turned into a blood shadow. His whole body seemed to be made of blood light. It was no longer a body of flesh. Blood shadow sword art. Blood shadow kill. In the next moment, Ling Xiao's speed skyrocketed. It was faster than ever before. A blood shadow flashed. Yuan Chong didn't even have time to use his move. There was already a blood mark on his throat. His skill shocked everyone. Ling Xiao withdrew his sword. Then he stood proudly behind Yuan Chong. Yuan Chong's Adam's apple moved. A stream of blood suddenly spurted out. His whole body fell forward. In an instant, there was no sign of life. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Niefeng didn't expect that the final result would be like this. He tried to let his disciple Yuan Chong kill Ling Xiao. However, the one who died in the end was Yuan Chong himself. Because he was too shocked, he didn't think of revenge for a while. This blood shadow sword art doesn't seem to be a second-level emperor martial skill. Zilong was also stunned. He knew about the blood shadow sword art. It was a martial skill of the king's mansion. No one had ever cultivated to the second form. Therefore, although it was powerful, it was classified as a high-grade second-level emperor-grade martial skill. But now, when Ling Xiao executed it, he felt that it already had the power of a third-rank emperor-class martial skill. Moreover, because the speed of this move was extremely fast, it seemed both real and illusory. The threat it posed was obviously stronger than any third-order emperor-class martial skill. Big Brother Ling Xiao is indeed a genius. Whatever martial skill he uses, it seems to become even more powerful. Zilong was once again in awe of Ling Xiao. In fact, Ling Xiao was also a little surprised. His blood sun scripture had only been cultivated to the first level, but the first move of this blood shadow sword art could already display the power of a third-level emperor-class martial skill. He estimated that the second, third, and fourth styles would be even stronger. Moreover, just the first half of the blood sun scripture had 3 levels. If he cultivated to the highest level, the blood shadow sword art should be even more terrifying. Looks like I made the right choice in choosing Blood Sun World and Blood Shadow Sword art. Ling Xiao had a smile on his face. He was very happy. How dare you? How dare you kill a major general of the Purple Mansion army? Arrest him. Finally, Niefeng seemed to have come back to his senses. He shouted sternly, but it seemed that no one listened to his order. They were all in a daze. Major General Niefeng, you're a major general. How can you talk like a fart? Just now, I warned you. If I used my full strength, I might have killed Yuan Chong. You said that you didn't care about life or death. Now, you want the Purple Mansion Army to capture me? The reputation of the Purple Mansion Army has been ruined by a shameless person like you, right? Ling Xiao mocked. Niefeng, what he said is reasonable. One of the major generals said, yes, since we agreed to this battle, we should keep our promise. Another major general said. Niefeng frowned. His face was extremely unsightly. I was impulsive. Feng Tian, take Yuan Chang's body away. Then he turned and left. He couldn't let Ling Xiao go. But in this situation, he didn't dare to do anything. No matter how shameless he was, he had to put on an act. Okay, Ling Xiao, you've proven yourself. You're indeed the strongest in the team. We won't pursue the deaths of Zhang Lin and Yan Chuang. But Heiyu is from the feather race. The feather race has always done things their own way. If they want to make trouble for you, we can't do anything about it. Go and get your reward. We're leaving. The 2 major generals left with the bodies of Zhang Lin, Yan Chuang, and Heiyu. Ling Xiao and Zilong went to the mission tower to get their reward. After completing this mission, they would get 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones, a divine emperor artifact, immobilization talisman, and a defense talisman of the same quality. However, to the current Ling Xiao, these spirit stones were a little too little, but the immobilization talisman and the defense talisman were very useful, and 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones was not a small number. After getting their reward, Ling Xiao, Zilong, and Gao Hong left the mission tower. Young masters, that Niefeng definitely won't let this matter go so easily. Just follow me and leave the bloody battlefield. After walking for a while, Gao Hong suggested, all right, let's go back first. Ling Xiao had gained a lot from this mission, but he still needed some time to get used to his divine core cultivation base. Cultivating in seclusion was a must. But the bloody battlefield was too dangerous. It was safer to return to the King Mansion. However, right after they finished speaking, they realized they were surrounded. "Hey, you guys, where are you going?" The three major generals of the Purple Mansion Army appeared at the same time. When they were in the mission tower, because there were too many irrelevant people, they didn't dare attack. But this place was far away from the mission tower. So they didn't care. Judging from the situation, they didn't just want to kill Ling Xiao and Zilong. They wanted to kill Gao Hong as well. "Ling Xiao, you killed my daughter and my disciple. Of course, the most important thing is that your innate talent is too frightening. If I don't get rid of you in time, you'll become a bigger disaster in the future. Therefore, don't even think about leaving today." Nie Feng's words were very straightforward. He had just said he wanted to kill Ling Xiao. TSK. Speaking of which, I really don't want to kill a genius like you. But who asked you to do something you shouldn't have done? You've also become a thorn in the general's side. Another major general with a ferocious appearance and a body full of armor said, "What I've done has nothing to do with Zilong and Commander Gao. Just ask them to leave. If anything happens, I'll take full responsibility." Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and said, "Little guy, you're really stupid. Do you think we'll come to you just because of Nie Feng's personal grudge? What a joke. That's just a side trip. For the general's plan, all three of you have to die in this bloody battlefield." The third major general was dressed like a woman, but his voice was a man's. "What?" When Ling Xiao heard what he said, he was shocked. Chapter 37:13. Hearing the words of the three major generals of the Purple Mansion Army, Ling Xiao connected many things that had happened before in his mind. For example, why would Yu Qilong send someone to assassinate Zilong? For example, why would Yu Qilong put down his dignity as a lieutenant general and chase after Zi Qianya? The Blood Sword Supreme actually died here. He suddenly said, hearing Ling Xiao's words, the three major generals were shocked. "How do you know about the Blood Sword Supreme?" The valiant-looking major general blurted out. He regretted it after saying it out loud. He as expected. Before the bloodthirsty demon general escaped, he mentioned the Blood Sword Supreme. It seems like the 7 major generals of the Purple Mansion Army are stationed in the Purple Spirit Underworld. They should be here for the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme. I also know why your Lieutenant General Yu Qilong got close to Sister Zi Qianya. He should be after something in the King's Mansion. Something related to the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme. If I'm not wrong, it should be the Blood Sun World, right? Ling Xiao already felt that it was weird. When he killed Yuan Chong, he used the Blood Sun World. The 3 major generals' eyes instantly changed. Although the Blood Sun World was a divine Great Emperor weapon, so was the Ice Age. Even the Ice Age didn't surprise them. There was only one possibility. The Blood Sun World was related to the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme. Nie Feng, this kid is too smart and too cunning. It seems like the general is right. We have to kill him. If we don't, our plan won't succeed. The valiant-looking major general looked at Nie Feng and said, Hu Meng, you finally understand. I don't want to kill Ling Xiao just for my personal grudge. Nie Feng said coldly, I understand. Not only do I understand, but Lian Hua also understands. Hu Meng looked at the androgynous major general and said, this kid isn't easy to deal with. Plus, he has the Blood Sun World. Killing him will be a great achievement. Lian Hua said with a coquettish smile, Commander Gao, when you have the chance, run. I suspect that Yu Qilong wants to harm Sister. The King's Mansion has 2 Blood Sun World. One is a first-generation weapon, a heavenly king weapon. This was a second-generation weapon, a divine-grade Emperor weapon. They even want a divine-grade Emperor artifact, so they naturally won't miss out on a heavenly king artifact. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Gao Hong and said, "Young master, you don't have to worry. The monarch is not that easy to bully." Gao Hong said calmly, "Why are you still so calm? Don't forget that the monarch still doesn't know that Yu Qilong wants to harm her. If Yu Qilong wanted to snatch it, he would have done so long ago. Since they didn't do that, there must be some other conspiracy. What do you mean by drugging, feeding poison, and so on?" Ling Xiao roared, "Oh no, Big Sister's birthday is in more than 10 days. On her birthday, Big Sister's vigilance will definitely be at its lowest." Zilong suddenly said in shock, "If Yu Qilong wants to deal with Big Sister, he will definitely choose that day." Upon hearing this, Gao Hong's expression finally changed. "Ha ha ha, it's too late for you to know now. I'm not afraid to tell you that Ling Xiao guessed correctly. Have you ever heard of such a thing as a flower goo?" When Nie Feng saw the nervous and anxious expressions on their faces, he felt great. He let out a loud laugh. "Nie Feng, I don't think it's appropriate to say this out loud." Lian Hua furrowed her brows and said, "What are you afraid of? They won't be able to escape, even if they grow wings. Besides, even if we don't say it out loud, that guy has already guessed it. Why don't we make them suffer more?" Nie Feng revealed a ferocious expression as he sneered. "Lian Hua, don't stop him. There are 3 of us here, and at least 101st tier Divine Core warriors and 22nd tier Divine Core warriors. Do you think the 3 of them can escape?" Hu Meng said. Lian Hua didn't say anything else. Ling Zhao's expression had become extremely gloomy. The Eternal Divine Pill Scripture says so. The flower goo is a very vicious creature. No matter if it's a man or a woman, once they are poisoned, they will be at the mercy of the one who poisoned them. He explained the use of the flower goo insect. Gao Hong suddenly said, "Little silver worm." Rumor has it that the little silver worm, who was from the same era as the Blood Sword Lord, was an expert in refining this flower goo. Little Silver Worm's soul has been trapped in the water dungeon in Rising Sun City. Don't tell me that Yu Qilong released him in order to get the flower goo? All right, they know enough now. We can kill them now," Nie Feng said with a grin. Things might change if he delayed. He knew this. Besides, Ling Xiao was a cunning man who knew what other tricks this guy had up his sleeves. "Hu Meng, Lian Hua, both of you fight Gao Hong together. It's best if you can kill him in the shortest amount of time. I'll deal with Ling Xiao myself. As for the rest of you, surround Zilong, don't kill him. It's best if you can capture him alive. If the general's plan fails, he'll be a good hostage." Nie Feng seemed to be the strongest amongst the 3 major generals. The people here all listened to him. "If you dare touch me, my sister won't let you go. The Z family will tear you into pieces." Zilong roared out, "We're so scared. Your sister will become our general's toy. He can play with her however he wants. If you don't listen to him, we can even kill you." Nie Feng sneered. "Kill." As they spoke, Hu Meng and Lian Hua had already pounced on Gao Hong. Although Gao Hong was stronger than any one of them, he was still able to defeat them. But he couldn't defeat the 2 of them together. "Young Master Ling Xiao, I'll leave young Master Zilong to you. Today, Gao Hong will be loyal to the king's mansion." Facing Hu Meng and Lian Hua, in the face of certain death, Gao Hong instantly made a decision. "No. Uncle Gao, no." Zilong certainly knew what Gao Hong was going to do. He roared out loud, "Gao Hong, are you crazy?" Nie Feng and the others were also shocked. Gao Hong's expression showed that he wanted to perish together with them. "Let's go." Gao Hong didn't care what these people shouted. His inner core flew out of his mouth. Then it released a terrifying aura. The area within a radius of several miles was enveloped by it. Let's go. Ling Xiao didn't think of anything else. He directly threw the purple dragon into the beast ring. Then he activated the vertical golden light technique. He disappeared on the spot in an instant. Nie Feng could only watch him escape, but there was nothing he could do. Go after him. Don't let him escape. Gao Hong's aura enveloped Hu Meng, Lian Hua, and Nie Feng, but it couldn't envelop the others. After all, his energy was limited. But Gao Hong believed that as long as he stopped the three major generals, Ling Xiao would have a way to escape. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded in the bloody battlefield. Hu Meng, Lian Hua, and Nie Feng were blasted hundreds of meters away. They fell to the ground and vomited blood. They couldn't stand up anymore. Obviously, they were seriously injured. Gao Hong, whose inner core exploded, lay on the ground, facing the sky. He was no longer breathing. Lunatic! Nie Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. You died for nothing. Don't forget, there are 7 major generals here. Even if you seriously injure the 3 of us, there are still 7 major generals here. There are 4 more. Chapter 37:14. The vertical golden light technique could cover a distance of 1 mile at a time. However, because Ling Xiao's cultivation had increased, he had sufficient true essence. Therefore, it could only consume 1/10 of his true essence. He could use the vertical golden light technique 10 times in a row. The only problem was that after each use, he had to pause for about a minute. He had to use it to condense true essence. Brother Ling Xiao, is Uncle Gao dead? Zilong was grieving. I won't let him die in vain. Ling Xiao looked very calm. However, there was a bone-chilling coldness in his eyes. Gao Hong had died for him. If Gao Hong hadn't created the opportunity, he might not have been able to escape. He had to repay this favor. Although he wasn't very close with Gao Hong, this person was willing to sacrifice himself for them. Just this spirit alone was enough to make him feel very touched. Brother Ling Xiao, we don't seem to be going to Purple's spirit fallout shelter. Zilong noticed that they were going in the wrong direction and hurriedly asked, although his heart was filled with grief. He also knew that now wasn't the time to be sad. If they couldn't escape in time, they might die too. That's right. This direction isn't going to Purple's spirit fallout shelter. Ling Xiao activated the vertical golden light technique for the 2nd time. Then he continued, I've calculated. We've only been here for 5 days. There are still 15 days until Sister Monarch's birthday. Therefore, there's still time. I'm preparing to leave from bloody Sun fallout shelter. Since Yu Qilong is ready to kill us, he won't let us escape. If we go to Purple's spirit fallout shelter, we'll just be walking into a trap. I understand. Zilong was really impressed by Ling Xiao. At this time, he could still consider so carefully. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to do it. Even so, Ling Xiao still felt that it wasn't safe enough. Therefore, he had to return to the monarch residence as soon as possible. The vertical golden light technique isn't fast enough. Not fast enough. I need to be faster. Faster. As his spirit realm surged with monstrous waves, the bloodline of the sun god in his body also began to surge. In the universe of Tyrant, the star that represented the vertical golden light technique suddenly burst out with an even brighter light. When everything returned to normal, Ling Xiao discovered that his vertical golden light technique had improved. Previously, they could only advance 1 li at a time. But now, he could directly advance 5 kilometers in one go without any rest in between. In terms of speed, there was a slight increase. Of course, after traveling for 10 miles in a short period of time, his true essence was completely exhausted. However, he had the heart of gold. The potential in his body instantly filled up his entire body. 1 minute later, he could use the vertical golden light again. This would save a lot of time. His speed was even faster. Moreover, under the effect of Earth-crossing golden light, the enemy would not be able to track him down. It would be even more useful for escaping in the future. The enemy had obviously misjudged the direction in which Ling Xiao had fled. Coupled with the upgrade of the Earth elemental golden light technique, his fleeing speed had reached its peak. Unless it was a warrior at the third divine core realm or above, it would be impossible for anyone to catch up to him. 1 day later, Ling Xiao and Zilong arrived at the side of a wide river. This river was one of the blood rivers in the bloody battlefield because it was close to the Blood Sun Refuge. It was also called the Blood Sun River. However, compared to the other blood rivers, this one was extremely terrifying. Not only was there no end to the river, it was also filled with rolling waves of blood. From time to time, huge demon beasts would appear. These demon beasts were all divine core demon beasts. There's no underworld in the bloody battlefield in the Blood Sun Kingdom. That's why the demon beasts here are scattered all over the place. There are a lot of divine core demon beasts gathered in the Blood Sun River. It's extremely terrifying. Only by crossing this river can we reach the Blood Sun Refuge. Zilong furrowed his brows and said, "I've only heard about it from my sister. I've never been here before. We have to cross this river as soon as possible. We can't waste any more time here." Ling Xiao said with a frown on his face, "I think they're thinking the same thing as us. Look at the dust clouds in the distance. I think it's another demon beast tide. In the bloody battlefield in the Blood Sun Kingdom, this kind of thing is very common. No one is a match for the demon beast tide. The best way is to hide in the refuge." Zilong pointed at the dust clouds in the distance, covering the entire sky. There were many people standing next to the river, and many of them were divine core warriors. "Are they waiting for a boat?" Ling Xiao asked. "Yes, the Blood Sun River is too terrifying. Ordinary people can't fly across it. Even if a divine core warrior can fly, he can't fly for that long. Only a huge boat made with special materials and covered with formations can cross this river." Zilong nodded his head. "We've arrived at the ferry. Stay alert." Suddenly, a strange noise sounded out from the distance. It sounded like the whistle of the puppet ship that Ling Xiao had encountered before. It must be a ferry. Someone shouted and ordered his men to get ready. There were many people standing next to the river, but the space on the boat was limited, and it was unlikely for all of them to board the boat. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao had noticed it with his Tai Chi eye. From afar, a huge boat with a metallic luster was approaching at high speed. This huge boat was nearly 300 meters long, and it was only able to float safely on the Blood Sun River because of formations and formations. It also had a very strong defense. Even a full-force strike from a divine core warrior wouldn't be able to leave a scratch on the boat. When the boat approached, some demon beasts had already started attacking. But the boat was like a ferocious beast. No matter how many demon beasts charged at it, they would all be knocked away. Even a third divine core demon beast couldn't leave a scratch on the boat. What a terrifying boat. Ling Xiao clicked his tongue. "Xiao Long, I think you should just stay in the beast ring for a while. Save some space. We don't want any trouble." "All right." Zilong nodded his head and said, "We've come to the Blood Sun Kingdom. The Z family has an ally in the Blood Sun Kingdom, and I think the Z family is going to have a falling out with the U family. I'll contact this ally and ask them to help us." Ling Xiao knew that this battle was unavoidable. Once Yu Qilong's scheme was exposed, the Yu family would probably fly into a rage out of humiliation. As for the Z family, they wouldn't just sit there and wait for their doom. A battle between the two families was unavoidable. A martial artist stepped out from the giant ship. He called himself the captain. Ling Xiao took a look at him. A third Divine Corps warrior, perfect Bronze Corps warrior, a top-ranked major general. He couldn't afford to offend someone like this. But since he was just on a boat, there was no need to offend him. The captain's chief officer was also a second Divine Corps warrior, a mid-Iron Corps warrior. There were also a dozen sailors, and all of them were perfect Corps formation warriors. Only 100 people can board the boat, and each person has to pay 10,000 upper rank soul stones. The captain said with a loud voice. Swoosh! Right after he finished speaking, a man leapt into the sky and landed on the deck. He was a third Divine Corps warrior, an early Bronze Corps warrior. He was weaker than the captain, but stronger than the chief officer. Chapter 37:15. Luckily, I've made a fortune recently. If not, I would have to hand over 10,000 low-grade soul stones. Ling Xiao sneered, then he flew towards the ship. After paying 10,000 low-grade soul stones, he boarded the ship. The ship didn't care where he came from. As long as he paid, he could go. This was convenient. After a few moments, the quota of 100 people had been used up. The captain said with a loud voice, I'm sorry, the rest of you, the quota is full. Let's set sail. Who said the quota is full? I think we still need one more person. There was a peak Corps formation warrior on the shore. When he saw Ling Xiao's weak aura and that he was standing close to the ship's railing, he immediately thought of something. A bad idea came to his mind. After saying that, he flew up into the sky and charged towards Ling Xiao. The captain acted as if he didn't see anything. He just ordered the ship to set sail. As for anything else, he didn't seem to care. It didn't matter if the rules were broken or not. It had nothing to do with him. The man was charging towards Jiangchen. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer. A mere peak Corps formation warrior, who was at the same level as him, wanted to defeat him? What a joke! Without batting an eyelid, Jiangchen unleashed a second-order Emperor soul skill, soul assassination. For most warriors, when they reached the first-order Divine Corps realm, the martial skills they could learn were second-order Emperor soul skills. Facing Ling Xiao's soul assassination, the man couldn't resist at all. He fell straight into the blood river. He was swallowed by a huge blood shark. This scene caused many people to be stunned. They thought Ling Xiao was going to die. After all, the aura Ling Xiao unleashed gave them the feeling that he had just broken through to the Divine Corps realm. What they didn't know was that Ling Xiao did it on purpose. Ling Xiao liked to hide his cultivation level. This way his enemies wouldn't be able to figure out his true strength. Even the captain of the ship took a second glance at Ling Xiao. But that was it. Ling Xiao didn't break any rules, therefore the captain didn't say anything. The giant ship rode the wind and broke through the waves, heading toward the opposite shore. Ling Xiao estimated that although this blood river was very wide, the speed of the giant ship was not slow at all. It would take about half a day to reach the other side. This allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. He was basically in a race against time. He had to get to the king's residence before Yu Qilong succeeded. He had to stop this from happening. Little brother, your storage ring is not bad. Why don't you sell it to me? I am willing to pay 20,000, no, 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. Suddenly, a warrior dressed in gorgeous clothes walked to Ling Xiao's side and said with a smile, this person's cultivation wasn't bad. He was also at the peak of the Corps formation realm. 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. If it was the Ling Xiao from back then, he might have really agreed. But now, there were two reasons why he would never sell it. Firstly, his net worth had reached 6 million high-grade spirit stones. Secondly, this storage ring was related to the bloodthirsty demon general's secret vault. Sorry, I'm not selling. Ling Xiao shook his head. If you think it's not enough, that's fine. I'll add another 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. How about that? The tycoon surnamed Lu gritted his teeth and said, seeing that Ling Xiao didn't say anything, he said again, 40,000. 40,000 high-grade spirit stones at most. That's it. I said, I'm not selling. Don't you understand human language? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. This wasn't a market. If others didn't sell, it would be fine if you asked the first time. It was simply annoying to ask again and again. Moreover, Ling Xiao had estimated the price with his Tai Chi eye. This storage ring from the bloodthirsty demon general was worth at least 1 million high-grade spirit stones. This person obviously thought that he didn't understand and was deliberately bullying him. Kid, 40,000 high-grade spirit stones is already giving you face. I'll add one more point. 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. Are you selling it or not? A hint of ruthlessness flashed in the tycoon surnamed Lu's eyes. In this world, there were many people who were greedy for money. This guy was obviously someone who knew the value of the goods. He knew that Ling Xiao's injured storage ring was extraordinary. That was why he wanted to buy it for a small amount of money. Get lost. Ling Xiao's patience had been worn out. He glanced coldly at Lu with a murderous look in his eyes. The man surnamed Lu was shocked. However, when he thought that this kid in front of him shouldn't be very strong, he immediately revealed a ferocious expression. Lu Meng, you're simply bullying others for not knowing the value of the goods. Kid, how about this? I'll buy your storage ring for 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Will that do? At this moment, another person walked over. It was a middle-aged man in his 30s. His cultivation wasn't weak. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Young master, what do you want that for? Hearing this middle-aged man's words, a few people who were obviously his subordinates came over to persuade him. Qinyan still lacks a decent storage ring. That one of hers was damaged in the last battle. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Young master, you're really good to your sister. Miss should be resting now, right? An old man smiled and said, but 100,000 high-grade spirit stones for a storage ring is still too much. Brother Qinmu, what storage ring? At this moment, a graceful lady came out of the cabin. She looked to be in her early 20s. Her cultivation was at the late stage of the core formation realm. To have such a cultivation at such a young age, she was definitely a top genius. At least, that was the case in the Purple Kingdom. Her brother Qinmu was even stronger. He was at the early stage of the Iron Core realm. Wow, what a special storage ring. I want it. Give it to me quickly. When Qinyan saw the storage ring in Ling Xiao's hand, she actually went to snatch it. Miss, are you trying to rob me in broad daylight? Ling Xiao said coldly, didn't I promise to give you 100,000 high-grade spirit stones? Qinmu said, 100,000? Do you think I'm a beggar? I'm not selling. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, you guys, just give up on that idea. Kid, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. We're from the king's residence of the Blood Sun Kingdom. If you offend us, you'll suffer. Qinmu said coldly. Humph, the king's residence of the Blood Sun Kingdom? Then I really feel embarrassed for your monarch. Since when did the people from the king's residence become robbers? Ling Xiao snorted and mocked. To be honest, the only person on this ship that he was afraid of was the captain. He wasn't afraid of the rest, even if they were martial artists at the early stage of the Bronze Core realm. He had ways to escape. He didn't even care about the few people in front of him. Moreover, he wasn't in a good mood. These people kept wanting his storage ring. He was annoyed to death. If it wasn't for the fact that he was unfamiliar with this place, he would have already attacked. He wouldn't have talked so much. We won't rob you. Just name a price. Qinyan obviously had her eyes on the storage ring in Ling Xiao's hand. She was determined to get it. Can I really name a price? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Of course. As the young lord of the king's residence of the Blood Sun Kingdom, Qin Mu was quite confident. In the entire Blood Sun Kingdom, other than the Purple Mansion Army, no one dared to offend the king's residence. All right, since you're representing the king's residence, I'll reluctantly sell it to you. I can even give you a 10% discount. Chapter 3716. 10% off. That's great. Qinyan said excitedly. The people around them shook their heads when they saw this. I thought this kid was a tough nut to crack. I didn't expect him to back down. That's right. Not only is he selling it, but he's also offering a 10% discount. What's the difference between that and giving it away for free? The tycoon, Lu Meng, did not look happy either. Although he was not as rich as the king's mansion, he was still the richest tycoon in the Blood Sun Nation. This kid did not give him face, but he wanted to suck up to the king's mansion. This was intolerable. Kid, that's more like it. Tell me, how much is it? Qin Mu thought that the king's mansion's prestige had intimidated this kid. He was very pleased with himself. Indeed, no one in the Blood Sun Nation dared to offend the king's mansion. How about 10 billion high-grade spiritual stones? Ling Xiao calmly spat out a sentence. As soon as he said that, the rowdy people on the ship quietened down. Everyone could tell that this kid was toying with the people from the king's mansion. 10 billion high-grade spiritual stones. Not to mention the king's mansion. Even the entire Purple Kingdom could not afford that. If this was not toying with them, then what was? Qin Mu and Qin Yun were also stunned. They had seen bold people before. However, this was the first time they had seen someone so bold. Kid, are you looking for death? Qin Mu's face was very ugly. Even if he was a fool, he could tell that Ling Xiao was toying with him. How could he not be angry? That was right. That storage ring was indeed very valuable. However, it was at most a few 100,000 or 1,000,000 high-grade spiritual stones. The king's mansion could afford that. But 10 billion. And it was a 10% discount. Damn it. Was he trying to piss them off? That's enough, brother. It's fine if they don't want to sell it. Seeing that her brother was angry, Qin Yun quickly persuaded him. Then she looked at Ling Xiao and said, I don't think you're a local. It's better to keep a low profile when you're in the Blood Sun Nation. Otherwise, no one will care if something happens. Then I'll give you a word of advice. Ling Xiao looked at the people from the Monarch Manor and said, Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are from the Monarch Manor. Be careful that you don't kick an iron plate one day. You won't even know how you died. I repeat, this storage ring is not for sale. If anyone dares to open their mouth again, don't blame me for being impolite. After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. Even on the bumpy ship, it was not affected in the slightest. Qinun, when we reach the Blood Sun City, Big Brother will buy you a storage ring. It's definitely not worse than this. Qin Mu pulled Qin Yun back into the cabin, as expected of someone from the king's residence. Ordinary people would not have the right to stay in the cabin. They don't dare to do anything now because they're on the ship. Since the ship had already set sail, the captain had the responsibility to protect the martial artists on board. The situation was different from before. However, once they get off the boat, the people from the king's residence and the wealthy man Lu Meng will probably attack them at the same time. Ling Xiao sneered inwardly. Forget it. If I don't show you who's boss, do you really think that I, Ling Xiao, am a pushover? He did not like to cause trouble, but since trouble came knocking on his door, he would not be a coward. They did not speak for the rest of the journey. Half a day later, the giant ship docked. The moment Ling Xiao stepped off the giant ship, Lu Meng blocked his way. There was more than one person. He did not know what method Lu Meng used to inform the people around the refuge. These two people were obviously his subordinates. Their cultivation was only slightly lower than his. They were in the late stage of the core formation realm. Perhaps Lu Meng felt that it was not safe for him to do it alone, so he got help. As for the people from the king's residence, they were watching the show from the side. Let's wait until they fight to the death, then we'll reap the benefits. Qin Mu laughed inwardly. How could he let them off so easily after offending him? Kid, are you selling your storage ring or not? Lu Meng looked at Ling Xiao coldly. It seemed like he was testing him one last time. If he could buy it with a small amount of upper-rank soul stones, he wouldn't fight with Lu Meng. He didn't want to ruin his reputation in the Blood Sun City. Since many people had crossed the river, they were no longer in a hurry. They just stood on the side and watched the show. A young man who came from another place had a precious treasure in his hand. How dare he refuse to sell it to someone else? He even dared to make fun of the king's residence. They had no idea what kind of background this young man had, and that made them even more interested. I said, I'm not selling it, and I'm not selling it. Are you going to rob me? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Meng with a mocking expression. You refuse a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I didn't dare attack you on the ferry because I was afraid of that peak third divine core warrior. But now, we're at the bottom of the river. Do you really think I won't attack you? Lu Meng unleashed a cold killing intent. I'm standing right here. If you want to attack, do it now. I'm in a hurry. Ling Xiao threw a disdainful glance at Lu Meng and said, Kid, if you sell your storage ring to us, we can guarantee that nothing will happen to you. Qin Mu suddenly said, looting a burning house. But I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Ling Xiao looked at the direction of the sanctuary. Then he started walking towards it. Through the sanctuary, he would arrive at the Blood Sun Kingdom. After that, he would be able to return to the Purple Spirit Kingdom from the Blood Sun Kingdom. Based on his calculations, the journey would only take him 3 days. He would definitely be able to make it. Kid, how dare you ignore me, Master Meng? Attack! Lu Meng was infuriated by Ling Xiao's attitude. He waved his hand, and the two men beside him immediately leaped forward. Ling Xiao still didn't turn around. He was still walking towards the sanctuary. It was as if he didn't see the attack coming from behind. Be careful! Qin Yun couldn't help but shout out. Although she wanted the storage ring, she wasn't a bad person. When she saw Ling Xiao was in trouble, she hurriedly warned him. She reminded him. On the other hand, Qin Mu was a little dissatisfied. He mumbled, Little sister, why did you remind him? It's best if he dies. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. While Qin Mu was complaining, a miserable shriek suddenly sounded out from the other side. Qin Mu thought Ling Xiao was dead, and he was about to take the storage ring. But when he turned back to look, he saw that Yi Zichen was looking at him. He saw 2 of Lu Meng's men lying on the ground. A bloody wound appeared on their throats. The terrifying sword Qi had destroyed the nadens that they had painstakingly condensed. They couldn't be any more dead. What happened just now? Qin Mu asked with a shocked expression. I don't know either. I just saw a sword beam flash by, and those 2 men were dead. Qin Yun said with a blank expression. She didn't even see how Ling Xiao drew his sword or how he attacked. Everything happened too fast. After killing the men, Ling Xiao still didn't turn around. He was still walking towards the sanctuary. Lu Meng had collapsed onto the ground. Fear filled his entire body. This was too frightening. If he was the one who rushed over, he would probably be the one lying on the ground right now. How could this happen? Wasn't he just a first divine core warrior? How could he be so frightening? He couldn't understand. But he didn't have the time to figure it out. Chapter 37:17. Ling Xiao was in trouble. He arrived at the Purple Mansion Army's campsite from the teleportation formation. He was forcefully brought to an arena by a group of men. At first, he thought this had something to do with Yu Qilong. But after a brief moment, he realized that wasn't the case. All those who came out from the teleportation formation were under the age of 30. All those who were at least at the Divine Core realm. All of them would be brought to this arena. On the arena, there was a fight going on. On one side of the fight was a girl wearing a veil. She wasn't old, and she had a beautiful body. She was emitting an icy cold aura. No one dared to act rashly. This girl is a second-level Divine Core warrior, an early Iron Core warrior. Her talent is so frightening. She should be in her early 20s. And she is even more frightening than Zilong facing the forceful actions of the Purple Mansion Army. He didn't resist. This was the Purple Mansion Army's campsite in the Blood Sun City, and the number of warriors here was no less than the Purple Mansion Armies in the Purple Spirit Kingdom. If he fought back recklessly, he might bring trouble to himself. Therefore, he decided to observe the situation first. After all, he still had time. I'm sure all of you are wondering why you are brought here. I'll tell you now. My daughter is in her early 20s, and she is beautiful and gentle. Although she is favored by many young men, she has high standards. However, my daughter's standards are quite high. Her requirement is that he must defeat her before he can become her fiancé. You are all men who have been to the bloody battlefield, so you are different from those ordinary young men. Today, the purpose of this arena is to choose a fiancé for my daughter. If you defeat my daughter, you will be engaged immediately. While Jiang Chun was thinking, a man suddenly spoke with a loud voice. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked over. It was a middle-aged man, and he was about the same age as Yu Qilong. He was also a peak 4th Divine Core warrior, a lieutenant general warrior. He was probably the commander of the Purple Mansion Army of the Blood Sun Kingdom. That guy is Yang Zhan, a fierce warrior on the battlefield. I've met him once before. He is a domineering man, and he doesn't even give face to Yu Qilong. Besides, Yang Zhan doesn't have any background. He climbed up the ranks step by step with his own abilities. His girl is Yang Shui. I've met her about 3 years ago, and she has become a beautiful woman. Her beauty is not inferior to my sister's. If you can get engaged with her, you won't have to be afraid of Yu Qilong anymore. Zilong said with a smile in the beast ring, F***CK off. I already have someone I like. Ling Xiao said grumpily, What are you afraid of? Isn't it normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Zilong didn't really understand Ling Xiao's love. After all, polygamy was the norm in this world. Especially those who were capable, the more wives they had. I don't care about others, but my heart can't hold a second person. Ling Xiao shook his head. But big brother Ling Xiao, you can't fight back now. In this arena, you have to fight whether you want or not. Zilong smiled. Why don't you just admit defeat? Otherwise, I won't be able to be with her after the engagement. Wouldn't I be harming her? Ling Xiao said, Admit defeat. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Zilong shook his head. Yang Zhan continued, In this arena battle, you must give it your all. It won't be that easy to fish in troubled waters in front of me. If you don't give it your all, don't blame me for turning against you. Damn, that's too overbearing. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Only you think so. Look at those people. They're all rubbing their palms in excitement. They can't wait to become this lieutenant general's son-in-law. Zilong sighed. They are them, and I am me. Fine, I'll give it my all. It's not my fault. Even if I divorce her after the engagement, it's her father's fault for being too overbearing. Ling Xiao had made up his mind. He didn't have time to waste. He had to deal with this troublesome arena as soon as possible, and then go to Purple Spirit Country. Bang! At this moment, the warrior who was fighting with Yang Shui was knocked out of the arena. It took less than 10 moves. This warrior was just 30 years old, and his cultivation had reached the early stage of the Iron Core realm, the same as Yang Shui. But he was defeated in 10 moves. It was enough to show that Yang Shui was indeed a genius, and a great one at that. Next, Yang Zhan seemed to be enjoying the fight. Was this old fool so bored that he was treating this competition as an entertainment? Ling Xiao felt helpless. What are you thinking about? It's your turn. Ling Xiao was pushed by someone and directly went up into the arena. His embarrassing appearance caused the audience to burst into laughter. Ling Xiao turned to Yang Zhan and said, "Marshal Yang, I'm not a warrior from the Blood Sun Kingdom. Does that mean I'm not qualified to participate in this arena? I don't care where you're from, as long as your age and cultivation are the same. Stop wasting time. Let's fight." Yang Zhan ordered. Ling Xiao felt helpless. His last effort had been wasted. He turned around and looked at Yang Shui. "Young lady, please show mercy." She has shown mercy, even in the entire Golden Sky region. This girl of mine is still a first-rate genius. She's only a second-level Divine Core warrior, an early-stage Iron Core warrior, right? She's actually using a secret skill to suppress her true cultivation. Otherwise, how could the few of you be a match for her? Yang Zhan said with a smile. What? Ling Xiao didn't use his Tai Chi just now, so he really didn't know this girl's true cultivation. When he heard what Yang Zhan said, he was shocked. He quickly activated his Tai Chi eye. But he couldn't see through this girl's cultivation with his Tai Chi eye. It can't be. Could it be that this woman is actually a general-level martial artist? Or even stronger? His Tai Chi eye's current limit was an early-stage 6th-level Divine Core warrior. This girl's cultivation had obviously reached this level. But she might be even stronger than this. How could he meet such a mighty warrior in this broken place? Begin. While he was still in shock, Yang Zhan announced the start of the battle. In an instant, Yang Shui leapt towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao wanted to admit defeat, but his body had already reacted. He pulled out his arcane bow and shot out an arrow. Ice arrow! An icy cold aura enveloped Yang Shui. Yang Shui was too close to Ling Xiao, so she didn't have time to dodge, even though she had already moved and blocked the ice arrow with her hand. But the icy cold aura still froze her. Awesome! Deafening shouts could be heard from below the stage. Yang Zhan was watching the battle with interest as well. He thought a core formation warrior was going to be defeated in an instant, but judging from the situation, it seemed like this guy had some skills. After hitting the target, Ling Xiao didn't chase after the attack, because she knew how strong this guy was. Although he had suppressed his cultivation to the early stage Iron Core realm, the strength of his body wasn't fake. He would be able to shatter the ice in just a few moments. Rushing forward was the same as courting death. Since he had decided to fight seriously, he wasn't going to admit defeat. In an instant, Ling Xiao transformed into his yin-yang cosmic tiger beast soul form. Then he activated his cosmic body. Chapter 37:18. This arrow was an ordinary true essence arrow. Before the arrow could reach Yang Shui had already escaped. With a point of her finger, the true essence arrow immediately dissipated. However, in the next moment, her expression changed. She hurriedly dodged to the side. However, she was still shot. It was one of the 3 arrows that Ling Xiao had obtained from the Ghost Demon Palace, the transparent arrow. The true essence arrow just now was just a pretense. The real attack was actually here. It's time to end this. Ling Xiao did not want to waste too much time. He wanted to end the battle quickly, and then think of a way to leave. In the end, Yang Shui was only at the early stage of the Iron Core realm. It was not difficult for him to defeat her. The transparent arrow had already injured Yang Shui. Ling Xiao once again drew his bow and knocked another arrow. However, his figure did not move far away. Instead, he moved towards Yang Shui. Yang Shui was furious. After setting up the arena for so many days, she had never been injured by anyone. Today, she was actually injured by a foreign brat. Naturally, she was very unwilling. Her originally suppressed cultivation suddenly went berserk. Ling Xiao thought to himself, just in time. If Yang Shui released her full strength, he would definitely not be her match. Then, even if he was defeated, it would not be considered as deliberately admitting defeat. Lose for me. Yang Shui scoffed and struck out with her palm. The terrifying aura caused the entire arena to rumble. Ling Xiao smiled and put away his bow, an arrow. He used all of his true essence to defend himself, and used the power of this palm to quickly retreat. Then he fell off the stage. Miss Yang is indeed unparalleled. I am not your match. Ling Xiao staggered a few times and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like he was injured. He was betting that even if Yang Zhan was cunning, he did not have eyes like his Taiji eye, and could not see through the truth, and the others would not be able to see through it. Therefore, when Ling Xiao got up from the ground and turned to leave, no one said anything. There were more than 1 or 2 people who had lost to Yang Shui, so he was not one of them. Men, stop him for me. Yang Zhan suddenly shouted. Ling Xiao froze for a moment and couldn't help but frown. Could it be that this Yang Zhan wanted to snatch a civilian man? However, he naturally did not resist. Even though it was only a group of Divine Vein realm martial artists who had stopped him, he was still a Divine Vein realm martial artist. However, with Yang Zhan's strength, as long as he dared to resist, Yang Zhan would definitely act personally. He turned around, and the expression on his face had already turned into a smile. Marshal Yang, this one has lost to Miss Yang, and he's already done his best. I wonder why Marshal Yang is doing this. Hee, Xian Su, don't be afraid. What are you waiting for? Yang Zhan chuckled and waved his hand, signaling the Zifu army soldiers surrounding Ling Xiao to retreat. Then he turned to Ling Xiao and said, Xian Su, you might not understand the rules of this arena. Winning or losing was another matter altogether. Most importantly, as long as you can injure my daughter, it will be considered a success. No way. I've never heard of such a thing. Ling Xiao felt depressed. If you haven't heard of it, then it means that this is fate. Yang Zhan smiled. In truth, this so-called rule was something he had added in at the last moment. As soon as Ling Xiao had stepped onto the arena, he had sensed that this young man was extraordinary. During the battle, this young man's performance had made him even more interested. Yang Zhan himself had been born a commoner, and so he knew how to recognize talent and how to discover talent from amongst commoners. He felt that this Ling Xiao was quite suitable for him, and so he had decided that Ling Xiao would be his future son-in-law. Since Yang Zhan had said this, no one in the Zifu army dared to disagree. Everyone began to congratulate Yang Zhan. In the Blood Sun Zifu army, Yang Zhan was in existence like Yu Qilong. When he said something, he meant it. Thus, once he had decided on something, no one would be able to change his mind. Ling Xiao knew that there was no point in resisting, and so he decided to accept his fate for now. In any case, Yang Zhan wouldn't be able to keep an eye on him at all times. If he really wanted to leave, he would have plenty of chances. Big brother Ling Xiao, why don't you stay here and be your son-in-law? I'll go back and inform my big sister. It'll be the same. In addition, the greater the commotion, the more you'll attract Yu Qilong's attention. I'll be safe. Within the bee string, the violet dragon teased. Don't talk nonsense. No matter what, you can't be my son-in-law. But you can go find reinforcements first. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, then said, after you find reinforcements, don't wait for me. Just go back. I have the earth gold-like technique. I'll find a chance to catch up to you. Don't worry. As he spoke, he stealthily let the violet dragon into the crowd. In any case, everyone's attention was on Yang Zhan. They were all congratulating Yang Zhan. Kid, look at you. You're not willing? Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? My woman, in terms of character, looks, and power, is at the top of the Blood Sun Empire's women. Even Ye Shuang, who came from the Violet Spirit Kingdom, can't compare to her at all. Yang Zhan saw that Ling Xiao's face was filled with grievance and unwillingness, and he couldn't help but say this in a low voice. As he spoke, the terrifying aura of a silver core expert was released. This caused everyone around to tremble in fear. Ling Xiao naturally also felt the enormous pressure. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Commander Yang, what are you saying? Miss Yang Shuyi is definitely a 1 in a million top woman. On the other hand, I'm just a commoner. How can I be qualified to be with Miss Forever? Hearing this, Yang Zhan's expression turned for the better. He laughed and said, I didn't expect you to have such good taste. But you don't have to be humble. The people that this marshal takes a fancy to are generally not bad. Although the people around didn't quite agree, since Yang Zhan said so, they didn't dare to say anything. In their eyes, Ling Xiao being chosen was simply a toad eating swan meat. That would really be like a flying locust soaring into the sky. There were countless people who were jealous of Ling Xiao. After all, Yang Shuyi was the absolute goddess of the Million Violet Mansion army. It was one thing to say that she was ugly, but she was also devastatingly beautiful. She wasn't inferior to Zi Qianya at all. In fact, she was even more beautiful. It was no wonder that these people were mad with jealousy. When they thought that an ordinary person like Ling Xiao could win the heart of a beauty, they were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Yang Shuyi was obviously dissatisfied with Ling Xiao. Her watery eyes were filled with unwillingness. Her ideal husband had to be at least stronger than her. Ling Xiao was good-looking and had a good temperament, but only his strength was far from hers. But with her terrifying strength, to find someone who was worthy of her in the same generation as her, it was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Forget it. Father's taste has always been good. Who knows, this person might be some peerless genius. Yang Shui comforted herself. After all, her father's taste wasn't just for show. Ling Xiao saw her resentful look and felt relieved. If she liked him, he couldn't bear to leave like this. But now he could leave safely. Chapter 37:19. Shu Yi, bring Ling Xiao to the general's residence first. Father has to deal with some matters regarding the challenge tournament, and we'll be back soon. Yang Zhan wanted to create some space for the two young people to be alone. Let the two young people get to know each other better. As for Zilong, he had already taken advantage of the end of the competition to sneak out of the Z Mansion Army's camp. Yang Shuyi was already dissatisfied with Ling Xiao, so she wanted to tease Ling Xiao. Using his powerful movement technique, he turned into a white light and disappeared into the crowd. The Zifu army camp was quite large. It was impossible for newcomers to find the general's residence. Ling Xiao really wanted to run away. However, he found out that the old fox Yang Zhan had sent a third Divine Core warrior, an early Silver Core warrior, to follow him. Although this person wasn't as powerful as Gao Hong and Nia Feng, he was still able to control his strength. However, he was still a Silver Core realm martial artist. There was no way he could escape. Forget it. Zilong has already gone out. For now, let's feign civility. It's best if we directly tell Yang Shui everything. Maybe I can get her help to leave. Thinking of this, he chased after Yang Shui. Yang Shui was indeed very fast. He clearly wanted him to get lost so that he would back off. His speed was indeed not as fast as Yang Shui's, so he was too lazy to chase after her. In any case, his Taiji eye allowed him to see the entire Zifu army camp clearly. He didn't even need to ask where the general's residence was. He could find it himself. Moreover, even if he asked, no one would answer. A moment later, Yang Shui arrived at the general's residence and sat in the main hall, drinking tea. The corners of his mouth curled up into a contemptuous smile. She thought that if she did this, that brat would probably be tormented miserably. Who knew how long it would take for him to come here? She instructed the maid to make tea and prepared to wait patiently. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a blood-red bolt of lightning appeared in front of the general's residence. Humph, so what if you're here? Do you think those two at the door will let you in? Although Yang Shui was very strong, her mentality was not as good as Ling Zhao's. She was more like a little girl. However, just as he was thinking about it, two people flew in from the door. He fell to the ground. This kid is much stronger than I imagined. Furthermore, he seemed to know the Blood Sun Zifu barracks like the back of his hand. Could he be a spy from another country? Yang Shui furrowed her brows. If one person didn't like another person, then no matter what that person did, she would misunderstand. At this time, Yang Zhan returned to the general's mansion. Looking at the guard on the ground, he laughed and said, "This marshal really didn't make a mistake. How about this? You can stay in the general's mansion for now. 10 days later, this marshal will hold an engagement ceremony for you and Shu Yi. You two can continue chatting." Yang Zhan was also an old fox. Although he knew that Ling Xiao was very outstanding, if he wanted his daughter to get married, he had to figure out Ling Xiao's background first. These 10 days were the days he used to investigate Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also knew that he had to escape before the engagement. Otherwise, once they were engaged, it would be considered as breaking the engagement if he ran away. Wouldn't Yang Zhan skin him alive then? After Yang Zhan left, the main hall fell into silence. Ling Xiao glanced at the maids and servants, then waved his hand and said, "You all can leave. Could it be that you want to hear the intimate words between your miss and me? Don't tell me you don't want to live anymore." Hearing this, Yang Shui was stunned for a moment, but she didn't stop him. She wanted to see what this Ling Xiao was trying to do by driving them away. "You all can leave." She even helped to give the order. In an instant, only the two of them were left in the main hall. Ling Xiao waved his hand. Martial spirit barrier was instantly released. He didn't want others to hear what he was going to say next, especially the Silver Core realm warrior who was secretly monitoring him. "What? You want to take advantage of this, miss? With your little bit of strength? It's not enough." Yang Shui naturally knew the effect of the martial spirit barrier and couldn't help but sneer. "So in Miss's eyes, I'm that kind of person. Forget it. It doesn't matter how Miss sees me. I only hope that Miss can reject this engagement. Then I can leave." Ling Xiao suddenly cupped his hands and said. Yang Shui, who originally looked down on Ling Xiao, was waiting for Ling Xiao to take advantage of her so that she could use it against him. Reject this engagement. Now that she suddenly heard Ling Xiao's words, there was a feeling of emptiness in her heart. "What? I'm not worthy of you," Yang Shui said coldly. She was Yang Shui, not to mention in the Blood Sun Kingdom, even in the entire Dong Sheng Kingdom. There were plenty of people who were chasing after her. This insignificant brat in front of her dared to look down on her. "Miss, you've misunderstood. I'm not worthy of you." Ling Xiao sighed. Then he said, I'm being chased by my enemies, so I have no choice but to come here. Now, in the Purple Spirit Kingdom, there's a shocking conspiracy about to happen, and it's targeting my sister. So, I have no choice but to return to the Purple Spirit Kingdom early to deal with this matter. If I'm late, I'm afraid it'll be a lifetime of regret. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, Yang Shui's eyes stared at Ling Zhao's eyes. She could not see any signs of lying. Looks like he's not lying. There's indeed an urgent matter at home. Yang Shui sighed. Forget it. Anyway, I'm not willing to marry this person. Why not go with the flow and help him? But why do I feel uncomfortable in my heart? Yang Shui shook her head and looked at Ling Xiao. How about this? I'll go with you to the Purple Spirit Kingdom. If what you say is true, then I'll ask my father to cancel our engagement. If not, I'll kill you personally. Of course, no problem. Ling Xiao could not be happier. This young Shui's strength was unfathomable. If she could return to the Purple Spirit Kingdom with him, that would be the best. The two of them discussed this matter. Ling Xiao removed the martial spirit barrier. Yang Shui went to look for her father. She said that she would personally check on her future husband. Yang Zhan knew how powerful his daughter was. Of course, he was not worried. And thinking about it carefully, what else could be more direct and comprehensive than this investigation? So he agreed. After all, his daughter's happiness was up to her. Thank you, father. Yang Shui bid farewell to her father and left the Purple Mansion Army's camp with Ling Xiao, heading towards the Purple Spirit Kingdom. Before leaving the Blood Sun Kingdom, Ling Xiao planned to find Zilong first. When Zilong left, he told him that he was going to look for help, and this help was someone who had received kindness from his family. That person lived on the Taiyuan mountain outside the Blood Sun Kingdom. Counting the time, only 6 days had passed. There were still 14 days until Zi Qianye's birthday. He believed that Yu Qilong would not dare to act recklessly, because Yu Qilong wanted to go according to plan. Otherwise, it would be no different from robbing. The success rate was too low. Chapter 37:20. Zilong was missing. Ling Xiao followed Zilong's instructions and went to Taiyuan Mountain outside Blood Sun City to look for Zilong. The reply he got was that Zilong wasn't at Taiyuan Mountain. He didn't even come. Ling Xiao naturally didn't believe this, so he kept watch nearby and even captured martial artists from Taiyuan Mountain to interrogate them. But the result was the same. Those people said they hadn't seen Zilong, and now 3 days had passed. Zi Qianye's birthday was approaching. Ling Xiao was very anxious. No, I can't wait any longer. I have to go to Taiyuan Mountain and see for myself. Ling Xiao made up his mind. No matter how powerful the owner of Taiyuan Mountain was, he couldn't just sit and wait. First of all, time was of the essence. Second of all, only by going in could he use the Tai Chi eye to find Zilong. If Zilong really didn't come here, then he could only go back to Purple Spirit Country. Let me help you. Yang Shui smiled. But Master Taiyuan of Taiyuan Mountain is an alchemy master. He has a weird temper. Once you go in, I'm afraid you'll offend him. I don't think I need to tell you what will happen if you offend him, right? She wanted to test her future husband. Although she had decided to reject this marriage, she wanted to test him. But Yang Shui still wanted to see what was so special about the person her father chose. Thank you. Ling Xiao was very grateful, but he didn't think too much about it. He just wanted to find out Zilong's whereabouts as soon as possible. The two of them stepped onto Taiyuan Mountain. This was a volcano, and an active one at that. However, Master Taiyuan had built his villa on top of a mountain with boiling lava right next to it. Master Taiyuan was probably not only powerful, but He also used the magma of the volcano to refine pills. The most difficult part of refining pills was to control the flame and prepare the ingredients. If one could do these two things, they could become an alchemy master. This Master Tieyuan's level was probably not low. Master Tieyuan's mansion was called Fire Elixir Mansion. Every day, there was an endless stream of martial artists coming to pay their respects, but very few had the chance to go in. When the two of them arrived at Fire Elixir Mansion, they saw people shaking their heads and leaving. However, there were still many people lining up. Most of these men were Divine Core warriors, and one of them was even at the third Divine Core realm. However, he was still denied entry. Taiyuan masters had always been like this. They did things according to their own mood, regardless of the other party's strength. What was his background? However, in the Blood Sun Kingdom, there were two forces that he absolutely did not want to offend. One of them was the Blood Sun country's monarch palace. One was the Purple Mansion army. Yang Shi didn't line up. Instead, she directly revealed her identity. Sure enough, once they revealed their identities, the two of them were directly let in. However, whether or not he would be able to meet Master Taiyuan was still unknown. There's something I have to tell you. My father doesn't have a good relationship with this Taiyuan Grandmaster. His father had once asked Master Taiyuan to help him refine a pill. However, the Taiyuan Grandmaster refused. My father isn't the type to suffer losses. Once, during a treasure hunt, he snatched a spirit herb that Taiyuan Grandmaster had his eyes on. From then on, the two of them became enemies. If you want to rely on my father to meet him, I'm afraid it will be difficult. Yang Shui reminded him as they entered the Fire Elixir Prefecture. Ling Xiao nodded. He was a little absent-minded, because at this moment he was using the Tai Chi eye to search for Zilong's whereabouts. He was sure that Zilong had come to the Fire Elixir Prefecture, because there was Zilong's aura in the Fire Elixir Prefecture. Although it was very weak, others might not be able to detect it at all. But he could. His Tai Chi eye was not given for free. However, there were many secret rooms in the Fire Elixir Prefecture, and many of them were set up with barriers. Even his Tai Chi eye was blocked by many barriers. It seemed that if he wanted to know Zilong's whereabouts, he would have to directly ask Master Taiyuan. Even if the other party was lying, Ling Xiao believed that he would be able to tell. But how could he meet Master Taiyuan? Ling Xiao walked into the main hall and carefully looked at the pill samples placed in the display cabinet. The quality of these pills was not bad. Compared to the pills that Ling Xiao had seen in the past, the pills refined by the alchemists were more outstanding. However, the best was only a passing grade, which was 60%. After all, the higher the grade of the pill, the more difficult it was to refine it perfectly. I have an idea. Ling Xiao snickered secretly and suddenly said to Yang Shui, "How disappointing. Master Taiyuan is known as one of the top 10 alchemists in the Purple Kingdom, but his alchemy level is really not worthy of praise. No wonder he has been staying in the Blood Sun Kingdom and does not dare to go to the Purple Kingdom. His level is still too low." As soon as he said this, Yang Shui's face suddenly changed. In the main hall, many of the distinguished guests and Master Tieyuan's disciples' faces were also very ugly. "Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? How dare you slander Master Tieyuan's alchemy level?" The people of the Fire Elixir Prefecture were not angry, but a guest here was already dissatisfied. He was also an alchemist. He came to Taiyuan Mountain to seek advice. Master Taiyuan was his idol. Slander? I'm just telling the truth. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, "Of all the pills here, the best one is only 60% perfect. How ridiculous." Is this worthy of being called a master? Don't tell me there are no other alchemists in the Purple Kingdom? Ling Xiao, don't talk nonsense. These pills are for divine core warriors. It is very difficult to concoct them. 60% perfect is already very good. I've been to the Dongsheng Kingdom before, and they can only concoct pills with 80% perfect at most. Yang Shui was shocked by Ling Xiao's words as well. She hastily said, "The only explanation is that the alchemy level of the Dongsheng Kingdom is too low." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Master Taiyuan uses good materials, but they are wasted. Take this golden gold mine. Take this purple gold pill, for example. Its main effect was to increase a martial artist's defensive power. But during the concoction process, the fire burned for half a second longer, causing some of the materials to be damaged. As a result, the effect of the golden purple pill is much worse." Originally, many people thought Ling Xiao was just talking nonsense, and they didn't take it seriously. But when they heard what Ling Xiao said, they couldn't help but be interested. In particular, a few of the alchemists clearly understood what Ling Xiao was saying. This was the effect Ling Xiao wanted. He pointed at another pill and said, "This is the profound ice pill. It is concocted with a small amount of profound ice. It can increase a warrior's resistance to ice. It can also increase a warrior's ice element internal strength. Most people might think the more profound ice added, the better, but that's not the case. The profound ice pill has a very strict requirement for profound ice, and it will only have the best effect when it reaches 1 qian or 2 centimeters. Perhaps Master Taiyuan thought that the fire would cause the profound ice to melt, so he added an extra centimeter." Chapter 37:21. Ling Xiao continued. The effects of the rest of the herbs were suppressed. This greatly reduced the efficacy of the profound ice pill. Originally, it could have been concocted to 80% perfection, but now it's only 40%. What a pity! These words left the nearby alchemists dumbfounded. Even Taiyuan Master's direct disciple was dumbfounded by what he had just heard. Although they didn't want to agree, what Ling Xiao said was the truth. Taiyuan had pointed out this problem before. Although he knew where the problem was, he still couldn't solve it due to his lack of skill. Ling Xiao secretly smiled. In this world, when it came to alchemy, no one was better than him. Even his master, Yuan Venerate, was inferior to him. The only flaw he had in alchemy was that his cultivation base wasn't high enough, which caused him to be unable to concoct many precious pills. As for this jade blood pill, Ling Xiao criticized almost all the medicinal pills in the main hall one by one. Previously, many people thought this little kid didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and dared to question Taiyuan's alchemy skills. But as he continued to list out the names of the pills, their ingredients, and the problems for a moment, he became the center of attention. Yang Shui was also dumbfounded when she heard this. She never expected this young man, who looked no older than 18 years old, to have such ability. "Good kid, how dare you come to my Taiyuan mountain and cause trouble? Who gave you the courage?" Right at this moment, a majestic voice sounded out. A person wearing a fiery red robe floated over. This man's cultivation base was at the early Bronze Core realm. Of course, his cultivation base was weaker than Niefeng, Gaohong, and the others, but his specialty was pill concoction, so it was normal for his cultivation base to be weak. However, the early Bronze Core realm was equivalent to the early 3rd level of the Divine Core realm. In front of Ling Xiao, his cultivation base was still unstoppable. The Taiyuan Mountain Master is here. Taiyuan Mountain Master is here. When everyone saw this man, they were all shocked. Taiyuan Mountain Master wouldn't show his face easily. The reason he came out today was because Ling Xiao pointed out the flaws of those pills. Hee hee, Taiyuan Mountain Master, you're wrong. I'm not here to cause trouble. The only reason I did this was because I wanted to find someone. Ling Xiao said with a smile. This old man doesn't care who you're looking for. You said that there's something wrong with this old man's pill. All right, if you can refine a pill of the same level as this old man's today, then I'll give you a reward. This old man will spare your life. If you can refine a better pill than this old man's, then this old man will answer everything you want to know. Master Taiyuan said coldly as he looked at Ling Xiao. That's simple. Ling Xiao looked at the display cabinet and said, I'll take this purple gold pill. I'll have to trouble Grandmaster to take it out. What are you doing? Master Taiyuan asked in confusion. Alchemy. The biggest problem with your purple gold pill is that you can't control the heat properly, causing some of the ingredients to lose their medicinal efficacy, while some of the ingredients' medicinal efficacy can't be brought out. I'll just perfect it. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Kid, are you toying with this old man? This old man has been an alchemist for dozens of years, but I have never heard of such a thing. Master Taiyuan said coldly. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Anyway, it's just a purple gold pill. At your level, it'll only cost you 10,000 superior grade spirit stones. If I destroy it, I'll compensate you 10 times the amount. How about that? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Yang Shui originally wanted to stop Ling Xiao, but seeing how confident he was, she didn't say anything. This old man doesn't lack money. If you fail, then you'll die here. Master Taiyuan said coldly. Sure. Ling Xiao said casually. This young man is too arrogant. I've never heard of anyone who can improve the quality of a pill that has already been refined. He's just being pretentious. Yeah, Master Taiyuan always keeps his word. If he can't do it, he'll really die. Judging from this young man's performance, he should be a good alchemist. It'll be a pity if he dies like this. Everyone was talking about Ling Xiao. Obviously, they all thought that he was too arrogant. However, Ling Xiao turned a deaf ear to their comments. He took the purple gold pill from Master Taiyuan. He was about to start refining. Where's your cauldron? Master Taiyuan asked. I don't need a cauldron to refine such a pill. Ling Xiao smiled. Suddenly, a flame appeared in his hand. Strange fire. You can actually use strange fire to refine pills. Master Taiyuan was even more shocked when he saw the flame in Ling Xiao's hand. The stronger the flame, the harder it was to control it. Ordinary fire, demonic fire, strange fire, immortal fire, and divine fire. It was rumored that no one could refine pills with divine fire. However, this rumor was completely meaningless to Ling Xiao. He had already mastered the technique of refining pills with divine fire when he was on the Sky Dragon continent. However, divine fire was too wasteful. It was also too eye-catching. Strange fire was enough. At that moment, the purple gold pill floated above Ling Xiao's hand and kept spinning. Flames were constantly injected into it. A strange fragrance wafted from the purple gold pill. After a while, Ling Xiao picked up the newly refined purple gold pill and said, Everyone, take a look. This is an 80% perfect purple gold pill. You can compare the luster. There's no need to compare. This is indeed 80% perfect. Master Taiyuan shook his head. As a grandmaster, his attainments in alchemy were very strong. Naturally, he could not imagine the luster of an 80% perfect pill. Did you really succeed? Everyone, including Yang Shui, was stunned when they heard Master Taiyuan's words. Master Taiyuan even knelt on one knee. I failed to recognize you, senior. Please forgive me. I'm not your senior. I've been learning alchemy from my master since I was young, so I'm slightly better than you. Ling Xiao said lightly. How should I address you, Senior? Master Taiyuan asked. Ling Xiao. Senior Ling Xiao. The person you're looking for did come to Taiyuan Mountain, but I was refining pills at the time and did not see him. When I came out, I heard that he was taken away by someone from the Purple Spirit Country's king's residence. At this moment, Master Taiyuan was completely in awe of Ling Xiao. He would naturally answer whatever Ling Xiao asked. Did he say what his name was? Ling Xiao asked again. He's called Gui Su. He's also an alchemist who once studied under me. Master Taiyuan answered. Oh no! Ling Xiao's heart tightened when he heard Gui Su's name. Gui Su was indeed an alchemist from the king's residence. However, he had ulterior motives. He suddenly came to the Blood Sun country to take away Zilong. He was probably up to no good. Thank you, Master Taiyuan. Yang Shi, let's go. Since he knew Zilong's whereabouts, Ling Xiao did not want to stay any longer. He was ready to return to Purple Spirit Capital. Senior Ling Xiao, please wait. I'll go with you. Master Taiyuan had always been obsessed with refining pills, but he could not make a breakthrough in his skills. He was stuck. Chapter 37:22. All right. Ling Xiao thought for a while. Yang Shi and Master Taiyuan. This would greatly increase the strength of the monarch residence. Therefore, he did not refuse. He had obtained 2 powerful helpers on this trip to the Blood Sun Kingdom. However, Ling Xiao did not expect this. The delay on the road was much more than he had imagined. Perhaps Yu Qilong knew that he would rush back to the Purple Spirit Kingdom through this road. Along the way, they were intercepted again and again. Even though the 3 of them were very powerful, they still wasted a lot of time. Soon, it was Ziqianya's birthday. The monarch residence was more lively than usual today. People from all over the Purple Spirit Kingdom and even the Purple Mansion Royal City had sent people to congratulate him, because today was Ziqianya's birthday. However, the people from the Purple Mansion Royal City left in a hurry after sending gifts. It was as if they were afraid of affecting something. It wasn't until the evening that the lively celebration finally ended. Most of the guests had already left. Only those who were closer to the monarch residence or those who were close to them had not left. Yu Qilong was one of them. At the highest point of the monarch residence was the star-picking pavilion. From there, one could see the entire Purple Spirit Capital. The stars in the sky had already appeared. The moonlight was like water. The entire night sky was extremely beautiful. Anyone who was in such an environment would fall into a special atmosphere. At this moment, 2 people were sitting in the star-picking pavilion. Under the faint candlelight, there was delicious wine. There seemed to be a strange fragrance in the air. These 2 people were Yu Qilong and Ziqianya. The man was handsome and valiant, while the woman was devastatingly beautiful. In the eyes of many, the 2 of them were definitely a match made in heaven. Clap, clap. Yu Qilong suddenly clapped his hands. In the silent night sky, the sound of fireworks exploding suddenly rang out. In the sky, the various patterns of fireworks were intoxicating. At that moment, Ziqianya let down her guard and seemed to be immersed in this beautiful moment. She looked at the man beside her. Although she had rejected this man's advances many times, there was one thing she had to admit. This man was more outstanding than most men, and he knew how to make a girl happy. Thank you, Qilong. Ziqianya was aroused. She opened her red lips and said, What are you thanking me for? I prepare such fireworks for your birthday every year. You must be tired of it. Yu Qilong smiled and said, Come to think of it, we've known each other for several decades now. But we have always trusted each other, haven't we? When he heard Yu Qilong's words, Ziqianya's rock-solid heart started to melt. Yes, it had been decades. She knew very well how this man treated her. It was just that she really couldn't accept the lack of love. The more she couldn't accept it, the more guilty she felt towards Qi Long. She always felt that she owed this man. Moreover, her brother's case was not conclusive, yet she suspected this man who had never harmed her. On the contrary, whenever something happened to Violet's spirit little kingdom, it was this man who stood up to help her. She felt that she really shouldn't have doubted him. Youth is fleeting, but my love for you has never changed. Not to mention a few decades. Even if it was 100 years, I would still wait. Until the day when metal and stone split. I believe you'll be able to accept me. Yu Qilong said, emotionally, I'm not worth your waiting. Zi Qinya was a woman after all. She had been single for several decades. Because she was a warrior, her appearance was no different from a woman in her early 20s. Her body was no different, but her mentality was still a little lonely for too long. She also wanted to find a man she liked and marry a man who treated her well. It was really too tiring to carry the whole family on her own, but she was also very conflicted. Yu Qilong was really good to her, but she always felt that she couldn't accept it. There was no reason, it was just a kind of intuition. It was as if she and Yu Qilong were born to be incompatible. No, you're worth it. Yu Qilong shook his head and said, I still say the same thing. As long as you're not married, I'll never give up, and I believe that I can do it. Let's not talk about this. How about a toast? Seeing that Zi Qinya was about to say something, Yu Qilong suddenly picked up the 2 glass glasses on the table. He gave one to Zi Qinya and kept the other for himself. Okay, no matter what happens in the future, you and I are friends. Zi Qinya nodded and said, no matter how smart she was, she would never think that Yu Qilong could get such a vicious thing as the poisonous flower insect. In the past, she had drunk with Yu Qilong alone, and nothing had happened, because with her cultivation level, no one could easily poison her. She could directly detoxify ordinary poisons. Maybe because of this, she was a little careless. Seeing Zi Qinya pick up the glass, Yu Qilong was very excited. Drink this glass of wine. You will become Yu Qilong's woman. You'll be mine. Not only are you mine, but everything you have is mine as well. Cheers. The 2 clinked glasses and drank up. Seeing Zi Qinya drink the poison wine, Yu Qilong knew that his plan had succeeded. Finally, his efforts were not in vain. Zi Qinya, from now on, you're my woman. Yu Qilong couldn't wait to say this sentence. What do you mean? Zi Qinya's face changed greatly. Suddenly, she felt that something in her body had changed, and she was in a trance. What did you do? She asked angrily. At the same time, she activated her vital essence and tried to expel the wine from her body. She managed to do this. Unfortunately, it was useless. Have you heard of the flower worm goo? Yu Qilong sneered and asked. You actually fed me that kind of thing. Zi Qinya felt her body heating up, and a terrifying heat was released from the depths of her body. It made her feel very uncomfortable. She felt that she was starting to let her imagination run wild. No, you shameless person. Men. Zi Qinya shouted in horror. She was too careless after all. She was poisoned by Yu Qilong's flower, worm goo. No need to shout. My men are guarding downstairs. Your family members can't wait for us to be together. So, they won't interfere. By the way, do you know that Ultimate Ruins? He's already on my side. And he drugged the people in your monarch's residence. Today, everyone in your monarch's residence will have a good night's sleep. When they wake up the next day, they'll find that their monarch has become my woman. And she'll be as obedient as a slave. Ha ha ha. Yu Qilong laughed wildly. The development of the matter was much smoother than he had imagined. purple dragon was tricked into returning by the sinkhole and then imprisoned by his people. Although Ling Xiao managed to escape, it was a pity that it was still too late. Chapter 37:23. You'll die a horrible death. Ziqianye kept backing off, but both her legs were weak, and her body was burning up. With a smile on his face, Yu Qilong walked towards Ziqianye and grabbed her hand. In an instant, Ziqianye collapsed into Yu Qilong's arms. It looked like she was about to lose control of her own ability. You're indeed a 5th-level Divine Core warrior. When others were poisoned by the flowery parasite, they immediately lost their minds. But you're still able to hold on for so long. But it's all in vain. Yu Qilong sneered. What do you want? Don't tell me you just want me? Ziqianye couldn't understand. If it was just for her, Yu Qilong would never do something like this. This was crazy. You're going to become my woman soon anyway, before you lose your mind. I don't mind telling you. You've heard of the Blood Sword Supreme, right? The inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme requires the Blood Sun Scripture. The Blood Sun Scripture is hidden in the Blood Sun world. What Yu Qilong said was simple, but Ziqianye still understood. I understand now, but Yu Qilong, do you really think you can get what you want so easily? Ziqianye suddenly laughed out. You want me to be your slave? To be played by you as you wish? But don't you think you've underestimated a 5th-level Divine Core warrior? Although the flowery parasite is powerful, you've underestimated your enemy too much. Before she could finish her words, she suddenly struck out with her palm. Yu Qilong didn't have any chance to defend himself, and was knocked flying away while coughing up blood. He was obviously severely injured, but after this strike, the effect of the flowery parasite increased, and Ziqianye finally collapsed onto the ground. This time, it was real. Damn it, I couldn't kill him with this strike. Right now, Ziqianye really wished someone could come and help her. Yu Qilong was severely injured, and he was only a 2nd-level Divine Core warrior, an early Iron Core warrior. All she needed was an Iron Core warrior to help her. Everything could be averted from danger. Bitch, I've really underestimated you. But even though I'm severely injured, you still can't escape your fate of being raped by me. Just you wait. I will definitely treat you well and make you completely my woman. Yu Qilong's face was pale, but there was still a sneer in his eyes. He also knew the current situation. Even though he had miscalculated, everything was still under his control. That might not be the case. Suddenly, a voice sounded. In the darkness, hurried footsteps could be heard coming from the stairs. Who? Yu Qilong was shocked. At this moment, who exactly was the person who was able to arrive here? If it was Ziqianye's people, then it would really ruin his plan. That person finally appeared. His face was cold, a solemn murderous aura, especially that terrifying transformation, which had almost become his symbol. His hands were covered in blood, but it was clearly not his. Boom! The young man threw the 2 corpses on the ground. Then he grinned. Looks like I came in time. Ling Xiao, Yu Qilong cried out in surprise. Ziqianye, on the other hand, looked hopeful. Here it comes. The helper she was waiting for had finally arrived. But Ling Xiao was only a half-step Divine Core warrior. How could he possibly be Yu Qilong's match? Ling Xiao, hurry! Go and find help. Preferably someone at the 2nd Heavenly Core realm or above. Ziqianye shouted with difficulty, but Ling Xiao didn't move. He looked at Ziqianye and furrowed his brows. Flowery parasite, big sister, you were still affected. But looking at you, I don't think he touched you yet. This flowery parasite will only take effect if someone touches it. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. How did you know about the flowery parasite? Yu Qilong's expression changed dramatically. Ziqianye was startled as well. Didn't Ling Xiao follow Zilong to the bloody battlefield to cultivate? How did he know about the flowery parasite? Looks like Yu Qilong thought his plan worked. That's why he told me everything. If that's the case, I don't have to waste my time. Looking at Zi Qianya's expression, Ling Xiao knew that Yu Qilong couldn't wait any longer and told her everything. Perhaps Yu Qilong thought his plan was about to succeed. That's why he wanted to provoke Zi Qianya. However, no one would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually appear here. Is what he said true? Zi Qianya asked. Although I don't know what he said, the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme, the Blood Sun Scripture, and the Blood Sun world are the key. Also, those assassins who tried to assassinate Zilong were sent by Yu Qilong, including the flowery parasite. I think it was concocted by the little silver worm. Ling Xiao tried to make it as simple as possible. If Big Sister still has any questions, I'll tell you later. Let me help you cure the poison first. With me here, can you cure me? Yu Qilong sneered. Then he suddenly leapt towards Ling Xiao. Although he was severely injured, he could still unleash the strength of an early Iron Core warrior. Ling Xiao was only a half-step Divine Core warrior. He could easily kill him. Although Nie Feng and the others in the Nether Realm had reported some things to Yu Qilong knew nothing, but they didn't tell him everything. For example, Ling Xiao had killed an Iron Core warrior. Blood Shadow Kill. Facing Yu Qilong's attack, Ling Xiao dared not show any mercy. He shook the Blood Sun world in his hand and unleashed a blood-red beam. He leapt towards Yu Qilong. Bam! Slash! The two of them were actually evenly matched. Ling Xiao's sword stabbed into Yu Qilong's body, while Yu Qilong's palm landed on Ling Xiao's body. Impossible! How could you break through so quickly? Yu Qilong was shocked. On the other hand, Zi Qianya let out a sigh of relief. Right now, she really had no combat strength left. If Ling Xiao wasn't Yu Qilong's match, perhaps both of them would die here today. Why are you so surprised by such a small thing? Ling Xiao sneered. 9 sword beams appeared in front of him. The 9 swords combined into one, which contained the destructive power of a third-order Emperor realm martial skill. He wanted to defeat Yu Qilong. He knew Yu Qilong was strong, but Yu Qilong was injured, and this was his chance. Good kid, a third-order Emperor realm martial skill. But don't forget that I'm a lieutenant general. You know it, and so do I. The two of them actually slammed into the star-picking pavilion once more. But at the same time, they were knocked back while coughing out blood. Once again, both of them were severely injured. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. This Yu Qilong was indeed a genius. Jiang Chun had killed many warriors who were at the same cultivation level as him, and they were easy kills. But when it came to Yu Qilong, things didn't go so smoothly. Senior Ling Xiao, I'm here. Right at this moment, Grandmaster Tai Yuan arrived at the top of the star-picking pavilion. He was a third-order Divine Core warrior, an early Bronze Core warrior. Compared to him, Yu Qilong was no match for him. Grandmaster Tai Yuan. Yu Qilong was shocked, and so was Zi Qianya. They had no idea why this famous Grandmaster Tai Yuan would address Ling Xiao as his senior. Chapter 3724. Tai Yuan Master's appearance put Zi Qianya at ease. Yu Qilong, on the other hand, was disappointed. Forget it. I didn't expect this kid to be a part of my plan. But Zi Qianya, so what if you know about it? Our Yu clan's determination to get Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance has never changed. If you don't want your brother Zilong to be killed, then hand over Blood Sun world to me. After the disappointment, Yu Qilong quickly calmed down. He was an old fox after all. He knew it was impossible to make Zi Qian Yi his woman today. If he used the flowery parasite directly, It would only have the effect of a hallucinogenic drug. But it was only temporary. Unless they had sex, the flowery parasite would make the other party his slave. However, due to the presence of Ling Xiao and Taiyuan Master, this was clearly not possible. He could only think about Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance now. It didn't matter even if he fell out with Zi Qianyi and the Zi clan. Let Zilong go, or you won't leave here alive. Ling Xiao and Tai Yuan Master approached Yu Qilong in a pincer formation. Today was the best chance to kill Yu Qilong. If Yu Qilong was seriously injured, the two of them would have a chance to kill him. Otherwise, it would be troublesome after today. Moreover, Zilong was in the enemy's hands. They had to get a hostage. Otherwise, it would be equally troublesome. Although there is a flaw in today's plan. But do you think I didn't make any preparations? I know Zi Qian Yi is stronger than me. If Zi Qian Yi wasn't poisoned, wouldn't I be in trouble? So don't think about capturing me. If you dare to make a move, I'll order Zilong to be killed immediately. Yu Qilong sneered. Zi Qian Yi's expression changed. She was already dispirited because of the goo. Now, she was even more nervous. Zilong was her weakness. If anything happened to Zilong, she would be in a mess. But she was still herself. Ling Xiao was Ling Xiao. Facing Yu Qilong's threat, Ling Xiao said coldly, "You can try. I can guarantee that if anything happens to Zilong, you will die too. If you think Zilong's life is more valuable than yours, then give the order." Hearing this, Yu Qilong frowned. This Ling Xiao was too difficult to deal with. That's right, it was impossible for him to give orders so easily. That was because Zilong's life was now a treasure. Once he died, he would no longer have any leverage against Zilong. The other party could attack him at any time. Yu Qilong hesitated for a moment, but Ling Xiao had already rushed out. "Taiyuan Master, do it!" In fact, he didn't need to say anything. Master Taiyuan had already reacted. The two of them had cooperated many times along the way and had long since reached a tacit understanding. Yu Qilong had never expected that the moment a flaw appeared in his thoughts, the other party would instantly grasp it. Ling Xiao suddenly displayed the 9 swords as one with the force of a thunderbolt. Master Taiyuan's attack was even more powerful. Yu Qilong could block one of them, but not the other. In just an instant, he was knocked back by Ling Xiao. He was captured by Master Taiyuan. Boom! The moment Master Taiyuan captured Yu Qilong, a terrifying aura descended upon the entire capital city of Violet Spirit. Master Taiyuan was stunned for a moment and almost let Yu Qilong escape. However, at the critical moment, Ling Xiao fed Yu Qilong a pill. At that moment, Yu Qilong's entire body went limp and weak. He was already seriously injured. How could he resist the poison that Ling Xiao fed him? Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't kill him. For Zilong's safety, Ling Xiao only restrained him. "Bastard! How dare you hurt a member of my Yu family? Little girl, you'd better hurry up and have your subordinates release him. Otherwise, I'll destroy the capital city of Violet Spirit." A murderous aura descended upon the Jiaxing Pavilion. A moment later, there was one more person in the Jiaxing Pavilion. It was an old man with a white beard. He exuded a terrifying aura from head to toe. He was like a terrifying monster waiting to devour a person in the dark night. That aura was really too terrifying. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. His expression was cold and terrifying. Master Taiyuan and Ling Xiao's hearts were trembling violently. If not for the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, Ling Xiao would have been kneeling on the ground by now. This old man's aura was really too terrifying. Compared to Zi Qianyi and Yu Qilong, he was even more terrifying. "You Hua!" Zi Qianyi's expression became even uglier. Originally, Ling Xiao had the upper hand in capturing Yu Qilong, and he wanted to exchange the hostage for the hostage. Basically, he was going to succeed. But the appearance of this old man had turned her hope into disappointment. Yu Hua, the strongest warrior in the Violet Palace army, one of the 5 great generals. He was ruthless and decisive, and he killed people like cutting grass. Ever since he joined the Violet Palace army, countless warriors had been killed by him. Among the 5 great generals, he was the most experienced. Also, the Yu family was one of the strongest families in the Z kingdom. No matter if it was his strength or his influence, both were monstrous. He was a 6th level Divine Core warrior, a true Mortal Core warrior, although he was just an early Mortal Core warrior. But when compared to Zi Qianya, who was a 5th level Divine Core warrior, a perfect Golden Core warrior, he was much stronger. In front of this old man, Zi Qianya might not even be able to withstand 3 attacks. This was the huge gap between them. The reason why Yu Hua didn't come here before was because he didn't want anyone to have their eyes on the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme. But now, he couldn't wait any longer. The news about the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme was known by the King Palace, and it would soon spread out. Since that was the case, Yu Hua had nothing to worry about. He came here personally just to get the 2 Blood Sun World Swords. Let Qilong go. Yu Hua stared at Ling Xiao. His cold eyes were filled with endless killing intent. If he wanted to, he could kill Ling Xiao at any time. In front of him, Ling Xiao was just an ant. Give me Zilong in exchange, or else, even if you manage to take Yu Qilong away, he will still die from the poison. Don't expect your alchemists to cure the poison. The poison pill concocted by me, Ling Xiao, is not an ordinary poison. If you don't believe me, you can try it, unless you don't care about Yu Qilong's life at all. Although Ling Xiao was under great pressure, he knew he couldn't back down now. If he did, he would lose the upper hand. Yu Qilong is just one of my dozen or so sons. He is only a 4th level Divine Core warrior, but he was still captured by someone. He is the shame of the Yu family. If you want to kill him, just do it. Do you want me to help you? A disdainful expression emerged on Yu Hua's face. It was as if he really didn't care about Yu Qilong's life at all. He even unleashed his terrifying energy to threaten Ling Xiao. Slash! A sword beam flashed through the air, and a deep wound appeared on Yu Qilong's body. Blood flowed out from the wound. Ling Xiao said with a cold voice, "Old fool, it's useless to play tricks in front of me. That's right, you do have a dozen sons, but Yu Qilong is the most outstanding one among them." Chapter 37:25. Ling Xiao's voice was still cold and calm. "Yu Hua, my request is not high. I only want you to release Si Long. If you dare to act rashly again, I can guarantee that the next sword will stab Yu Qilong's vital point. Of course, he won't die. He will only bleed and suffer endless pain. I will torture him to death in front of you. At that time, the world would know that Yu Hua, didn't even recognize your own family. You were a tiger that ate its own children. You didn't even let go of your own son. I want to see if your Yu family is still as united as before." Hearing Ling Xiao's words and seeing the injuries on Yu Qilong's body, Yu Hua was shocked and furious. This young man was so young, but his eyesight was so sharp. He easily saw through his thoughts. He was even harder to deal with than Zi Qianyi. If it was Zi Qianyi, she would have already released Yu Qilong. How come he had never heard of such a troublesome little thing in Ziling Kingdom? Master Tai Yuan was also full of admiration for Ling Xiao. As expected of a senior expert, "I am already trembling in front of Yu Qilong. I have no will to resist. Senior Ling Xiao is still so calm. It seems that I have followed the right person." Zi Qianyi Little girl, since when did an outsider have the right to make decisions in your king's residence? Believe it or not, I'll really kill Zilong. Kill your little brother. That's right, Yu Qilong is one of my most outstanding sons. But I have more than 10 sons. If he dies, although I am heartbroken, I still have my sons to comfort me. But you only have one brother, right? If he dies, it will be too late for you to regret. The old man was indeed cunning, knowing that he could not threaten Ling Xiao. He targeted Zi Qianyi. He believed that Zi Qianyi was not so strong-willed. If I release Yu Qilong, what if you kill Zilong? Zi Qianyi asked. Because of the flower goo, her body was weak and in a daze. But because her cultivation was strong enough, she could still hold on. You can rest assured, the reason why we kept Zilong alive is because we want Blood Sun World. If you give us Blood Sun World, Zilong will naturally return it to you. Yu Hua tried his best to make his tone gentle, as if he was a senior talking to his junior. Of course, he didn't want to anger Zi Qianyi. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for his plan. Zi Qianyi thought for a while, and was about to say something. Suddenly, Yu Qilong let out another shrill scream. This time, Ling Xiao was even more ruthless. He directly sliced off one of Yu Qilong's arms. If this arm is reattached within an hour, it might be able to recover. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Hua indifferently and said, "Old thing, the hostage is in my hands. I can do whatever I want with him. If he loses his right arm, I'm afraid his strength will drop drastically, right? Damn brat, aren't you afraid of angering this old man and grinding your bones to dust?" Yu Hua really didn't know what to do with Ling Xiao. This kid was too vicious and cunning. Most importantly, he really couldn't bear to see Yu Qilong die. Yu Qilong was about to break through to the Golden Core realm. Once he died, it would be a huge blow to the family. Many people wanted to grind my bones to dust, but in the end, they all failed. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to exchange this hostage or not?" "Exchange." Yu Hua took a deep breath and said loudly in the void, "Release him." His voice spread far and wide. Although they didn't know who he was talking to, a moment later, Yu Hao had already appeared with Zilong's sister, Brother Ling Xiao. Zilong didn't seem to be hurt, which made Zi Qianyi and Ling Xiao feel relieved. But in the next moment, they became nervous again. Yu Hua looked at Yu Hao and said, "Cut off that brat's arms and return them." "Yes." Yu Hao sneered and was about to attack. However, Ling Xiao's sword flashed again and cut off Yu Qilong's other arm. Zilong is Zi Qianyi's brother, but he has nothing to do with me. Don't provoke me. Otherwise, Yu Qilong's head will be cut off next time. Ling Xiao's eyes were cold and emotionless. Even Yu Hua's heart trembled when he saw those eyes. What kind of monster is he? He didn't dare to take the risk, because Ling Xiao was indeed not related to Zilong by blood. He might really not care about Zilong's life. "Where's the antidote?" Yu Hua asked. "I'll give it to you after we exchange the hostage," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "With your strength, you shouldn't be afraid that I'll go back on my words, right? And I don't need to provoke you, because I really don't want to die. You'd better remember what you said. Otherwise, not only will you die, but the entire Purple Spirit Capital will be buried with you." Yu Hua really couldn't think of a way to threaten Ling Xiao. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was too mysterious, to the point that he had no weaknesses. What does the Purple Spirit Capital have to do with me? Even if you want to bury the entire Purple Spirit Capital with me, I'll be more than happy to do so. After all, I won't be lonely when I go down there," Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone. His words really pissed Yu Hua off. He was a Mortal Core warrior, a general of the Purple Palace Army, but he couldn't do anything to this little core formation warrior. He felt really depressed, Let's exchange the hostages. Yu Hua didn't want to continue arguing because he knew he was no match for Ling Xiao when it came to arguing. After that, Yu Hao and Ling Xiao each took one hostage and returned them to each other. Because Yu Qilong's poison hadn't been cured yet, Yu Hua didn't dare act recklessly. Nothing happened during the exchange of hostages. Where's the antidote? Yu Hua asked. I can give you the antidote, but you have to swear that after you get the antidote, you won't hurt us, or else you'll be struck by lightning. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. The killing intent in Yu Hua's eyes became even stronger. Hee, don't be angry. I know what you're thinking. You just want to cure Yu Qilong. Just destroy the king's mansion. That's why you have to swear that it won't be hard for you. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. You're really ruthless. Yu Hua furrowed his brows. Then he swore, if Yu Hua, attack these people in front of me or attack the king's mansion, then I'll be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Not just today. You can't do it for at least 1 month. Ling Xiao reminded him. All right, within 1 month. Yu Hua didn't believe that there would be any changes in a month's time. Could Zi Qinya break through again? He hadn't been able to break through for more than 10 years, and within 1 month, it was even more impossible. Most importantly, he was afraid of breaking the vases, so this was the only thing he could do. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be too harsh with his conditions. If Yu Hua became desperate, then it would be troublesome. 1 month was just right for him. If he said 2 months, Yu Hua wouldn't agree to it. Here's the antidote.